So Randy, this will take just a sec, and then do you want me to go over kind of just Zoom 101, or do you want to kick it off, Randy?
No, if you'd just do a quick welcome and walk through the Zoom 101, and then you can turn it over to me.
Okay.
Thanks, Dylan.
Yep. So we are live now on YouTube, and it's being recorded and streamed online. Thanks everybody for joining us. Juggling a couple computer screens here. My name is Dylan Tabish with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and I am the Information and Education and Outreach Chair for the NCDE Subcommittee, and I'm helping Randy Arnold, our chair, with just some of the tech logistics here today. So I'm just going to give a quick little. Whoop. So if you would like to follow the meeting by clicking on the Zoom link on the IGBC website there, that will ensure that you are listening to the live meeting. It's also being streamed on YouTube and embedded on our IGBC website. And that unfortunately creates a little bit of a lag. So there's about a 15 to 20 second lag between the live meeting and what's streamed online. And so we will make sure and point that out again as we get close to the comment portion of the meeting, because for folks who have questions or comments, you'll want to log in sooner than later. So that way you're up to date with where we're at in the meeting. So for panelists who are in the meeting, I think you've all kind of done this before, but just as a reminder, if you could keep yourself muted until you are wanting to speak up, or if you could also keep your video screen off, that'll help with kind of some of our bandwidth issues with the internet to make sure that we don't bog this down too much. And then when you are wanting to speak, if you could please turn your video on and unmute yourself, obviously. Same with members of the public. When we get to the comment portion, if you could please state your name and where you're from, and if you're affiliated with an organization, that way we can properly identify everybody. And I think, Randy, that's all the kind of the one-on-one stuff. So I'll hand it off to you.
Great. Thanks, Dylan. And welcome, everybody. So if good, thanks, Dylan. That helps. I can see everybody there. So we're at our fall NCDE meeting. And those of you that have attended a number of these know that these tend to go late fall into winter. Try to coordinate and time these just ahead of the IGBC meeting so that outcomes from this meeting can roll forward and be reported there. We have a fairly heavy agenda today. This morning, we're going to have the bear specialists after Cecily's science team update and Dylan's education outreach update. And I know for a lot of folks, those bear specialist updates are kind of can be some of the most interesting stuff, and really appreciate the time that they're taking to pull those together. I think almost universally we'll hear from them that that this is not the end of the season for them. Many of them are still working, some of them still getting pulled away on bear calls, and not all of them have closed their season out from conflict stuff. And so, but they're very much thank them for their time and being able to show up today and deliver on all that. And then we'll take a break for lunch. And then after lunch, we're going to be working with Kathy Ake on the habitat monitoring work. And she actually has some requests. We're going to go through reporting and finalize some things so that she can be productive and document the work that everybody's doing. But that'll be some real business items for us because we have some decisions to make there so that Kathy can get some guidance. We'll get a little update on Grizzly Bear Advisory Council. We've invited Aaron Edge and Trina Jo Bradley, some members of the Governor's Grizzly Bear Advisory Council, to speak with us a little bit about that. And then we've got another segment where we have some work to do, trying to report on our progress report. That's the annually rolling forward report where we capture what we did in the previous year and set expectations for the upcoming year. So we'll be working together on that, trying to make sure we've done a good job capturing our past efforts and preparing for the next year. And that's a piece that rolls forward to the IGBC, kind of a work product and report. And then we'll do some roundtables at the end, give everybody a chance to provide any updates that they have from the different agencies and tribes. And then we'll give some comment time at the end for public comment. Did get a request for an opportunity for more public comment during the meeting. And I think those of you who participated in IGBC meetings and NCDE meetings know that we're trying to provide more opportunity for more regular public comment. It creates more of a dialogue. And at our last NCDE meetings where we met in person, really tried to push it that direction where even opening it up after each subject area, it's just particularly challenging on Zoom to have that level of interaction. But just know that based on this morning's agenda time, if we can create time this morning, I'd like to get us out for at least a 5-minute break if we can. I don't have one planned, but I'd like to be able to carve that out if things are moving along okay. And also maybe provide an opportunity for questions just before we break for lunch. So stay tuned for that. If it looks like we've got time in our schedule or agenda this morning, we'll create an opportunity for folks to ask questions, at least on the morning's stuff, so they don't have to wait to the end of the day when it might be a little more stale. So with that, I'd like to go through introductions and should have started with myself. Again, my name is Randy Arnold. I work for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I'm the regional supervisor in Missoula. That's our administrative region 2, and I'm the chair of the NCDE. And I think I'll work through introductions by turning it over to each person in my list, which I know changes as people talk, but I'll do my best to keep up. And Bill, you're next. And I had a note that you may not be able to join us today, but it looks like you are joining us.
Yep, I was able to shift my calendar around. Happy to be here. Bill Avey, Forest Supervisor, Helena, Lewis and Clark National Forest.
Great, thanks, Bill. And Bill's our vice chair of the NCDE, and as is our normal convention, the vice chair becomes the chair, and the transition for that is next spring. So as I build next spring's agenda item, I'll be working with Bill for some transition, and we also need to work to identify the next potential vice chair. So after Bill, I have Amy Jacobs.
Hi, I am here. Had to figure out how to unmute and get that going. Kurt Steele, our forest supervisor for the Flathead National Forest, may be tuning in today. So I'll just keep an eye on whether he's there, and one or the other of us will speak up.
Great, thanks, Amy. Ben Kennard.
Good morning, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, Ben Kennard, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Deputy Office Supervisor for the Montana Ecological Services Office. I'll have an update on the BNSF HCP later today.
Good, thanks, Ben. Yeah, we were looking forward to an update on that, especially as we look at some of the work from the Mortality Subcommittee. Let's see, Brian Donner.
Hey, thanks, Randy. It's Brian Donner, District Ranger on the Rexford and Fort Tyne Ranger Districts, representing the Kootenai National Forest. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Cecily.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm Cecily Costello, and I am work for Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks as a research biologist, and I oversee the trend monitoring program in the NCDE. And I'm a advisor to the subcommittee.
Great, thanks, Cecily. Claudia Reagan.
Hi, folks. I'm Claudia Reagan. I'm with USGS. I'm the Center Director of the Northern Rocky Mountain Science Center.
Thanks, Claudia. Dale Becker.
Hi, I'm Dale Becker. I'm the Wildlife Program Manager for the Confederated Salish Kootenai Tribes for a little while longer. Thank you.
Thanks, Dale. George Edwards.
Hi, George Edwards, Montana Livestock Loss Board. Sorry about the background noise. They're re-roofing my house today. So hopefully they'll be done when I speak at the end of the day.
All right, thanks for the heads up so we know that you're not getting attacked over there. Thanks, George. Let's see, I have Gerald, but I believe it's Buzz Cobell.
Hi, I'm Buzz Cobell. I'm the director of the Blackfeet Fish and Wildlife Department. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, thanks for joining us. And let's see, Hillary Cooley.
Hi, I'm Hillary Cooley. I work for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm the grizzly bear recovery coordinator.
Thanks, Hillary. Jamie Jonkel.
Yeah, no video on my end here, but Jamie Jonkel, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, Region 2, Bear Management.
Thanks, Jamie. Jeff Mao.
Good morning. It's great to see and hear all of you. And I'm the superintendent of Glacier National Park.
Thanks, Jeff. Jennifer Fortin Norris.
Good morning. I don't have video either. I am Jennifer Fortin Norris. I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Grizzly Bear Recovery Program out of Missoula.
Great. Good morning, Jennifer. Jim Williams.
Good morning, everyone. Jim Williams, Fish, Wildlife and Parks out of Region 1, Regional Supervisor. It's great to hear and see everyone.
Let's go to John Waller.
Good morning, everybody. I'm John Waller, Wildlife Biologist and Carnivore Program Manager at Glacier National Park.
Thanks, John. Kathy Ake.
Kathy Ake, I'm a GIS specialist on the Flathead, and I also work for the NCDE group. That's you guys. Good morning.
Morning. Katie Stevens.
Morning, everyone. I'm Katie Stevens. I'm the district manager for the Bureau of Land Management in Western Montana, covering Dillon, Butte, and Missoula. Thanks.
And Lori Roberts.
Hi, I'm Lori Roberts. I am the research assistant. I work for Cecily Costello on the NCDE Trend Monitoring Project, and I'm also the Information Education and Outreach Chair for the IGBC.
All right, thanks, Lori. Rory Trimbo.
Morning, everybody. Rory Trimbo with FWP, Grizzly Bear Management, between the NCDE and the GYE.
Let's see. Ross Beatty.
Good morning. I'm Ross Beatty. I'm wildlife biologist with Montana DNRC in Missoula.
Thanks, Ross. Scott Jackson.
Hey, morning, Randy. Morning, everybody. This is Scott Jackson, Forest Service's National Carnivore Program Lead in Missoula. Good to see folks.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Scott Thompson.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Scott Thompson. I'm the acting forest biologist on the Lolo, and I don't have any video today either. So be listening in, and nice to see y'all.
Great, thanks, Scott. Stacy Corville.
Good morning, Stacy Corville,
I'm the carnivore management specialist for the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes, and I work for Dale Becker. Good to see you guys.
There we go. Tabitha Graves.
Good morning, everyone. This is Tabitha Graves. I'm with USGS, the Northern Rocky Mountain Science Center, and I'm stationed up in West Glacier. I'm a research ecologist, so we're also in an advisory role.
Great, thanks, Tabitha. Tim Manley.
Morning, everyone. Tim Manley, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, Grizzly Bear Management Specialist at Kalispell.
Let's see, Joe Wiegand.
Good morning, Joe Wiegand with Montana Department of Transportation. I am the Missoula District biologist. Missoula District for Transportation covers most of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks regions 1 and 2.
Great, thanks, Joe. Let's see, Wesley Sarmento.
Good morning. I'm Wesley Sarmento, Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, Region 4, Bear Management.
Great, thanks, Wesley. I do know too that we have a few other folks who gave me a note that they're going to be running late, had some other function this morning or some other thing interrupt their normal lives, and they're going to be joining us later today. So we'll try to make sure we recognize those folks that are, when they pop on. And with that, let me just take a quick look, make sure I have any other things here. Before I turn away from introductions, I want to make sure I give a chance if I missed anybody. Feel free to jump in and introduce yourself if we did. Looks like we've got Craig Glazier.
I just moved Craig in, so
Okay.
Craig, you should be in the meeting now. Sorry about that, Craig.
Let's see. And Craig, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Randy. Craig Glazier with Wildlife Services in Helena.
Great, thanks. And I see, I also see Jeff Horn in that attendees list. I'm not sure if you want to bump him over if he's got the ability for video or audio. I remember somebody mentioned he might be shy of being able to talk anyway.
Yeah, Jeff, I just moved you in, so you should be able to unmute yourself if you need to.
Hi, I'm Jeff Ford. I'm the Bear Management Manager for Blackfeet Reservation. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Jeff. And this afternoon, if we do during the roundtable updates, we'll make sure we bring a few other folks there in the attendees list over so that they can participate. But I think we can work on that this afternoon. Great, thanks. And with that, let's keep the agenda moving. Unless there's any questions from anybody, we'll move to Cecily Costello with the science team update.
Okay, I'm going to try to share my screen here. Here we go. Can everyone see that?
Yep, you look good.
Great. Okay, so this is going to be pretty brief talk. I'm just going to give a little bit of an update on what this year was like in terms of our research and monitoring, and talk a little bit about some other projects at the end of the presentation. And normally I kind of give information on both our research and management captures, but this time I'm just going to kind of focus on our research sample, which is bears that we captured just for the trend monitoring program in kind of a semi-random sample. So for This year in 2020, we captured 9 females and collared 8 of them. One was a little bit too small to capture. It was a yearling. And then we captured 8 males, but we did not collar any of those for research. Just to give you an idea of where this falls in the number of captures over the trend monitoring timeframe, starting in 2004, you can see that our numbers of captures this year was a little bit low. I think COVID kind of complicated things. And then I think also some of our bear managers were not really able to do as much research capturing work as they normally would. But the other thing to look at is we've had an average of 67% new captures in our research sample throughout the trend monitoring program. And we fell in line with that again this year with 71% of our captures were new bears that had not been trapped before. For radio telemetry monitoring, we had a total of 26 females and 3 males that we monitored with radio telemetry. We observed 2 deaths of radio marked female bears within that sample this year. Both of those appear to be poaching mortalities. And then we also had 8 females and 2 males that were censored because they dropped their collar during the year, but they were still alive when they dropped their collar. And if we look at that relative to what we've been monitoring each year since 2004, we're maybe a little on the low end in 2020. Oh, I must have left 2020 off. But anyway, we were actually well in there for 2020 in terms of number of bears that we monitored. For reproductive monitoring, we were able to see that 6 females had no offspring, 6 females had cubs, 3 of those with 2 cubs and 3 with 3 cubs. We had 7 females with yearlings this year, 2 with 1 yearling and 5 with 2 yearlings. We had 3 females with 2-year-olds, 2 and 3 in the litter size. And we actually had 1 female who kept her 3-year-old offspring with her this year. She had 1. This was actually a bear. Her other yearling that she had last year was moved over to the cabinet yak. And so she had 1 more yearling or 1 more 2-year-old, pardon me, last year that was moved. And the remaining 2-year-old stayed for another year with the mother. That's kind of an unusual circumstance. Again, looking at that same set of data starting in 2004, you can see that the 3-year-olds staying with their mother are a really relatively rare event. It's only happened a few times during our monitoring. And you can see that we had a pretty good year for monitoring reproductive output. For the documented mortalities in 2020, we had a total of 35. 33 of these were within the DMA, 2 were outside the DMA. 23 represented independent aged bears and 12 were dependent young. We have gone back down from our 2 higher years in 2018 and 2019, kind of closer down to normal sort of numbers. And if we use those to estimate total reported and unreported mortality for 2020, we had 5 females that were removed for agency removals, 3 that were collared. That includes a management bear that was also collared. And then we had a total of 3 that were reported from other causes. If we use that to get estimated total mortality, we end up with 14. With males, we had 5 agency removals, 5 that were reported, and that also ends up with a total of 14. If we compare those to our 6-year running average for total reported and unreported mortality, again, we are well below the mortality thresholds as they were set forth in the conservation strategy. We have a couple of interesting twists on our mortality data that I thought I might just mention. We have the bear augmentation male 927. He's become a little bit famous because he's that bear that's been moving around since he was moved over to the Cabinet Yaak. We captured him and he was moved to the Cabinet Yaak in July of 2018. And at that time, he was counted as a mortality in the NCDE. He ranged widely in 2019, the year after he was moved, including making a short foray into the Bitterroot ecosystem. During both 2018-19 and 2019-20, during both of those winters, he denned within the Cabinet Yaak ecosystem. But then in this spring, he returned to the NCDE in June and he dropped his collar. And so the last known whereabouts of that bear is actually back in the NCDE. So technically we may have to remove him from our mortality list, but we might also kind of just wait and see if we capture him again, because there is potential that he would move away from the NCDE as well. And then our other interesting twist was we had a male number 892 that was moved to the Cabinet Yaak in July of 2019. And he was counted as a mortality in the NCDE, as is our tradition for what we call those mortalities. He denned in the Cabinet Yaak during the winter of 2019 to 20, but then he returned to the NCDE in 2020 and died in the spring, and that mortality is under investigation. This mortality is not included in the 2020 mortalities as of right now, because he was previously counted as a mortality because of the translocation to the Cabinet Yaak, and we will probably just keep that as a 2019 mortality because the mortality occurred within a year of the translocation and kind of was related to the movement of that bear over to the Cabinet Yaak. And then finally, I just wanted to mention a few of the research projects that we are working on. We did not have a meeting of the NCDE science team during 2020. It's been, I feel like there were a lot of meetings that people had to attend, and I just did not schedule one, but I will probably try to set up some meetings of the science team over the winter to talk about some upcoming projects. But I thought I would just mention where we are on a few of the other projects that we've been working on. We have continued to work with U of M, with Josh Nowak and Paul Lukacs from the University of Montana to create an integrated population model. We are working with the study team in Yellowstone as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on that. And we have made some good progress, and I'm hoping by, excuse me, hoping by next spring or at least by next fall, we will have some real results that we can show from that modeling. We have been working on a parturition timing study using activity data from radio collars. Lori Roberts has been kind of taking the lead on that, and we've been cooperating with the Cabinet Yaak ecosystem, with the study team in Yellowstone, and some people from Alaska National Parks to compare across ecosystems. And Lori's working on that right now. She's probably hoping to have a manuscript completed over the winter. So we're excited to get that done. In relation to that, we're also working on a denning chronology study where we use activity data to estimate when bears are coming in and out of hibernation and when they're related to when they go in and out of the den. We're working with the Cabinet Yak and the study team in Yellowstone, also using their data for this. So that's something that will come right after the parturition study. As we have talked about previously, we wanted to do some additional work on population expansion and connectivity that involves female movements. As you recall, our 2016 paper kind of focused on males. And in this case, we want to see how females are expanding and what potential that creates for connectivity with other ecosystems. And we have gotten a contract to work with a postdoctorate student, Sarah Sells, and she's going to start next month in December of 2020 on helping us model this. And we're hoping we'll have a model done by December of 2022. So it'll be really exciting to have that information to look at, you know, future connectivity with other ecosystems. And then I finally wanted to mention our Montana Human Attitude Survey. We have mentioned that before. This is more of a statewide program. And we sent out the survey in the fall of 2019 and got our responses by January of 2020. We have summarized the statewide results and put them into a small report. And I am going to try to present that at the IGBC meeting in December. So if you're interested in seeing that, do tune into that meeting. And then we are continuing analyses of geographic and other drivers of the attitudes. That's being led primarily by Alex and Abby Metcalf and one of their students, Holly Nesbitt from the University of Montana. And we're hoping that, you know, by next year, we will have that whole analysis done and a manuscript prepared. So that is pretty much what I've got for our research and monitoring update. And I'm happy to answer any questions from the subcommittee.
Great. Thanks, Cecily. So any questions for Cecily? Make sure I don't miss anybody. Is anybody slow on the mute button? All right, great. Thanks, Cecily.
All right, thank you.
Before I roll to our next agenda item, which will be Dylan Tabish on the information, education, and outreach update, I want to recognize that we had a couple of folks join us, and I'm going to just pause for a second and introduce them, or have them introduce themselves. Jody, did you want to introduce yourself really quickly?
Good morning, folks. Jody Bush, project leader for Montana ES and for the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Great, thanks, Jody. And we also had, I think, Kurt Steele was able to join us. Kurt, are you connected enough to introduce yourself?
Yeah, good morning. I'm going to keep my video off because I don't get the best coverage, but yep, I'm on. Thanks for letting me join, and sorry I'm late.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks, Kurt. And anybody else join us, Dylan?
Nope, I don't see anybody new.
All right, we'll turn it over to Dylan for the information, education, outreach update.
Awesome, thanks, Randy. Yeah, so again, I'm Dylan Tabish with Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I'm the Regional Information and Education Program Manager for Region 1, which is Northwest Montana, based out of Kalispell. I'm also serving as the Information, Education, and Outreach Chair for the NCDE Subcommittee. And I'm lucky enough to have a great team on that subcommittee with me, including Lynn Johnson with the Kootenai National Forest, Whispered Camel Means from Confederated Salish and Kootenai Tribes, Amy Jacobs with the Flathead National Forest, and Kathy Bushnell from the Helena, Lewis, and Clark National Forest. And just a quick kind of reminder of what we are focused on with that subcommittee. It's really primarily to review the grants that come in every year for information, education, and outreach programs. And so every year the IGBC has approximately $36,000 to deliver, and we break those up between the ecosystems and make a call for applications, and then try to fund as much as we can across all the ecosystems. So I'll just give a quick rundown. We met last Friday as a group to review our applications. This year we received 7 applications for IGBC funding, grant funding, and they were great applications. Again, this is a really hard task to do, to pick which of these programs are worthy of giving funding to, because they really all could use the funding in our great projects. So we appreciate everybody who applied. And again, I guess I forgot to mention, the grants are really hoping to help spread out and encourage and promote more consistent messaging about grizzly bears, and then promote effective actions and techniques for human safety and decreasing bear-human conflicts. So we've funded a lot of great programs in the past, like bear aware programs, bear resistant container programs, electric fence programs. We've got a lot of great groups across the state who are helping us really promote bear awareness and bear safety. And that really came to the forefront last February or January, when we had a summit in Helena based around information, education, and outreach around grizzly bears. And we had a ton of groups from across the state show up. I think almost over 100 people attend. And that was a really good way for us to try to connect this network with resources that can help them do what they're doing. So it was nice to see that effort kind of get some momentum going. And then we hope that these grants can create some momentum as well. And so we will be taking our recommendations now to the larger IGBC Information, Education, and Outreach Subcommittee, which Lori Roberts is the chair of. And then we kind of discuss all the grant applications from across the state that came in, and then try to award as much as we can. And that was really the emphasis we took in our subcommittee in the NCDE, was instead of awarding one or funding one program, for example, or application, we wanted to try to divvy it out as far as we can, to really spread it out and help as many organizations as we can. Even if it wasn't full funding that they requested, we figured something would help them, because there is such a large network that really wants to support bear awareness and bear safety. And so we thought that maybe our seed money could really help some of these programs take off, because we saw some new ones this year that was really encouraging. A school in Swan applied. They're trying to put together an entire curriculum for kids around grizzly bears and bear safety. And so that was a new one that we haven't seen come through before. So it's really encouraging to see some familiar groups come through with continuing their great work, but also some new ones. So we really want to support and promote those as best we can. Some of the other consistent kind of thoughts that came up from our subcommittee group last week was just what we've talked about on here before, and also what a lot of people have identified, which is we really need to focus on consistent messaging across the agencies as well. A lot of these nonprofit organizations, they look to us for the messaging. They're willing to be the boots on the ground and put in the sweat to make these programs work in their communities, but they want to make sure they're spreading the right message. They're providing the right resources to people. And, it's important, I think, for us as all the different agencies to try to be on the same page as best we can. We recognize that, when it comes to signage, branding, all the different agencies kind of have their own unique identities, obviously. And so maybe it wouldn't be the best use of time to try to create just like one rubber stamp sign that could work, but the messaging can work if we give the messaging. And so that's something that's also kind of bigger than the NCDE. I don't think we're the only ecosystem that's dealing with that. So I think that's something we're going to really try to get some momentum on at the higher IGBC I&E committee level. So that's something we'll be talking with Lori Roberts and the rest of the I&E group about. And we also thought that it would be worthy of investing time and energy into an online toolkit per se. Now that, as we're finding out right here, a lot of stuff is now digital and online, and schools are doing distance learning like this more often than not. And that we could really, I think, benefit our communities by creating the toolkit that they need for teaching their students, kind of what this school group in the Swan is proposing to do. So we really want to support something like that, and maybe see if we can collect bear spray awareness videos, lesson plans, brochures, just basic communication messaging so that they're consistent. So we're going to try to really rally all that together and hopefully use the IGBC website as that kind of go-to resource. That was something that came out of that summit a year ago as well, is that if there was one place where we could put all this stuff, that would make it simpler than if it was on all the different agencies' websites. And so we are still, along the lines of the website, working on updating the IGBC website. Hopefully that'll get done. Myself and Kate Smith with U.S. Fish Wildlife Service rewrote the site plan and updated a lot of the kind of the logistics of that website. And now we're just hoping to put it out for bid and get that redesigned as quickly as possible. I think that's about it. It's just kind of an ongoing effort to try to get the bear aware messaging far and wide. I'd encourage everybody here, we're going to check out the Montana Governor's Grizzly Bear Advisory Council report. We'll have a presentation after lunch about that report and hear from some of the members on that council, but they did a really great job over a year putting together some recommendations. And a lot of those were really good information, education, and outreach recommendations. And so our subcommittee really reviewed those and are taking those to heart, because there's some really good stuff that came out of that. So we're hoping to implement that across the IGBC world, but also within Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. We're also reviewing that document to see how we can meet each of those recommendations, because there's some really good stuff in there. So if you need to read that report, it's on our Fish, Wildlife, and Parks website under the Governor's Grizzly Bear Advisory Council link. Or if you need it, I can email it to you. Yeah, but with that, Randy, I will mute myself and take any questions if anybody has any.
Great, thanks, Dylan. It might be good too, I think, Lori, if you're available, Lori Roberts, I might have you touch just briefly on information, education, outreach as it relates to the IGBC.
Yep. Oh, there we go. Hi, sorry. Yeah, thanks for that. We're working, we have a lot going on. Dylan kind of touched a lot of the things. Right now, our big thing is doing our grants. I've received them all, and we had a total of $102,000 worth of grants submitted. So, and we do have originally $36,000 for that, but we've added an additional $9,000. So we'll be handing out $45,000 in those grants. So we do have a little extra money to spread out through those grants. And then, yeah, a lot of the stuff that we are working on in the IGBC is we are trying to make it very broad so it fits all ecosystems, and then especially the areas in between. And so one thing we are working on the website, we are also going to be doing webinar series starting next year. And we're hoping to start our first one in January. We might have a little logistics, so it might be February, but we'll be putting out press releases about that. But these are open to the public and to everybody, and they're another way for us to get out some information to people. So I already have, like, Defenders and the Wildlife Services are already going to be doing one on electric fences in the spring. And so we're going to try to touch on, we're going to hit key times. So hunting, we'll do a hunting talks in the fall and the spring. Electric fences, we'll have some of our bear specialists hopefully get on and talk about different issues in their areas. And so hopefully that will reach some more people in the public and have a chance for us to get some education out there. And then another big thing we're going to be proposing, and we're going to be having a presentation on at the IGBC at the upcoming meeting, is bear aware or bear smart communities. And this was brought to the IGBC from a nonprofit, People and Carnivores. Kim Johnston has been working with a pilot study in Virginia City and making the town bear aware or bear smart community. And so she thought it'd be great if the IGBC could adopt a set of criteria, and then towns could take it into their own hands to become a bear smart community, and we would give them the stamp of approval. They've been doing this in British Columbia. And so at the upcoming IGBC meeting, we're actually going to have the bear smart community, British Columbia folks talking about things that, or, you know, what their criteria is, the things they've learned, the communities that are involved in the program and whatnot. So that'll be a good thing for people to stay tuned. We hunt through the summit and through the Governor Council. A thing that came out was trying to reach out to hunters. So we put an ad in an online hunting guide called Stalked. It's out of Bozeman, and that kind of reached a lot of the areas in between the NCDE, the Bitterroot, and the in the Yellowstone ecosystem. And so I think that got out to around put out to around 3,000 people, potentially hit that website. And so that hopefully gave them some information about using bear spray and carrying bear spray and the benefits of that. I think that's it. There's a lot going on, and yeah, it is a big topic, and everything does come down to IEO. We're trying to work with all the subcommittees on their mortality reduction work that they're doing. So anything that the subcommittees kind of want to pass on to IGBC, we'll see if we can tackle it with IEO and help them out to reduce mortalities and conflicts in their areas. So.
Great, thanks, Lori. Any questions for Lori or Dylan on information, education, outreach?
Yeah, this is Jeff Mao from Glacier. I just maybe bring up a point now and be interested to hear what the specialists have to say if they saw any evidence of it. But certainly at Glacier National Park, there was a huge COVID effect. Not only is it a large number of visitors who've never been on public lands before and therefore didn't know how to behave, you know, with some very basic skills like taking care of garbage, bearing human waste, dogs, you know, where they can, all those sorts of public use issues. But also, you know, were there any issues that came up related to bear safety and or, you know, having conflicts? I know my counterparts up in Canada, Parks Canada, you know, they found a lot of visitors, they were literally afraid to put garbage in the garbage can because they were afraid to touch the garbage can. And so they feel like they had to put down a bear specifically because of that. I'm just sort of curious. I'll be interested to hear what other folks were seeing in that respect. But I know for our outreach efforts with the public next year, we're going to do a lot to focus on some very basic tenets of what it means to recreate on public lands, just because we feel like we have new demographics that are literally skillless with regards to that. So just a comment, and I'll just be interested to see how, you know, what else we hear about through the meeting. Thanks.
Yeah, I will say that the grant money, you know, we get all the final reports from all the grants we gave out last year. And that was a lot of the money last year went to bear rangers on the Forest Service. And yeah, they all had to change how they did their jobs. And it was really, some of the ideas were really creative. Like someone set up a COVID-friendly bear booth so that people could stay 6 feet away. But I think a lot more of them turned towards making sure their signage was up and correct. And that messaging was consistent across the Forest Service on their food storage orders, and that people were in bear country, because like Jeff said, people were coming from all over and they didn't even know how to take care of their garbage or that they were even in bear country. So we saw a lot of those reports.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Lori. And thanks, Jeff. I'm sure it'll be interesting to see that. And I think the specialists might have an eye towards that. In addition to the recreationists, the new COVID refugees or transplants that are coming into Montana to find new places to live might be a connection with those bear aware or bear safe communities, and that approach as well as subdivisions and communities increase their capacity to raise an awareness about bears and being bear safe. But yeah, it's interesting. New folks who have not been around this issue very much. So taking a quick look at the agenda, I think we're going to shift to our bear specialists. No particular order, but I think I'll start with what I suggested on the agenda, and we start up with Region 1 with Tim Manley. If Tim, you're ready.
Sure, Randy. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here real quick. Before I start my presentation, I'm going to go ahead and say that I'm also covering for Kim Annis. Kim Annis is currently on medical leave, and she was covering part of the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem, basically the Lincoln County Eureka area. She's based out of Libby, but she and Amber Kornak, her technician, were covering the Eureka area, which I used to cover. Later this year, like I said, Kim went on medical leave, and so I started covering the Eureka area again with my technician, Justine. So Kim was going to send me a summary that I could present to you guys, but I never received that. So I'll just fill in on what I know was taking place up in the Eureka area and what we ended up covering again this fall, covering for Kim and Amber. My name's Tim Manley. I'm the Grizzly Bear Management Specialist. I'm based out of Kalispell, and I basically cover the flathead drainages, North Fork, South Fork, Middle Fork, Swan, over to Lake Koocanusa. And my job basically is to try to minimize conflicts between people and grizzly bears. And so I put together a PowerPoint presentation. And again, this is preliminary information. I still have traps out right now and probably pull them tomorrow, but we still have a fair number of radio collared grizzly bears in the valley and uncollared grizzly bears. We do have bears that are starting to den, and hopefully with the snowstorm we're getting now, we'll convince some of these bears to move to the dens in the next few days. As was mentioned, 2020 is kind of a different year. You can see Justine, my technician, and I, we wore masks a lot working up bears. While a lot of people basically worked out of their home and basically stayed in the offices or minimized their contact with the public, as bear conflict specialists, we were out there almost on a daily basis interacting with the public. And so we did whatever we could do to try to minimize our exposure or anybody else's exposures to the COVID. But it was quite an interesting year. And it was a very busy year in terms of bear conflicts in our area. And I'll touch also a little bit on what Jeff mentioned during the presentation about the influx of visitors into the area and some of the things that we were ending up dealing with. So again, preliminary data. Had over 200 reported conflicts. We need to go through and summarize those, which I'll do this winter, the annual report, and send that information also on to Cecily Costello so she can put it into their monitoring report. And what I'll do is just go through some of the conflicts that we are dealing with, but it was pretty much similar, what we've dealt with in past years, many involving the same bears. Bears in yards, garbage, bird feeders. We've had some bears kill pigs, a llama. A lot of chickens were killed this year. And of course, bears in fruit trees and bird feeders. Since 1983, since 93 when I started in this position, for management purposes, I've had almost 480 captures of over 280 individual grizzly bears, management related. And we average about 17 captures a year. And so you can see from 2018 through 2020, we've had the last 2 years, 19 captures for management reasons. This year, we had a busy spring. We had 13 management captures during the spring. Summer, we only had one management capture. The huckleberries were pretty good, and bears spent a lot of time in the huckleberry and berry fields, service berries. And then this fall, during the autumn, we've had 5 captures to date. Like I said, I still have 2 traps out, but I'll probably pull those tomorrow. Breakdown on sexes, 13 females, 6 males. I relocated 16 of those individuals. 3 were recaptured up in the Eureka Trigo striker area and were euthanized by Kim Annis after repeated conflicts. And those were bears that had originally were caught down near Swan Lake, on the edge of Swan Lake, getting into stuff there. We put in the North Fork of the Flathead. They ended up over in the Eureka striker Fortine area. And 3 bears were not relocated. They were bears that we euthanized here in the valley for repeated conflicts. And one was a young female that had a broken bone in her foot. We had that x-rayed before we made the decision to euthanize her. But we think when her mother was caught, the door came down on the trap and hit her on the foot and broke a bone in her foot, and we opted not to release her back into the wild. So what's the current status of those 20 management captures? Well, we know 11 are still alive for sure. Still getting radio locations on them. 6 were euthanized, 3 that I put down, 3 that Kim Annis put down. 1 was an illegal kill, and that's under investigation. And 1 is unknown. That was a female that I caught near the Eagle Bend Golf Course out of Big Fork, and we released her in the spotted bear drainage. And basically in mid-November, we quit getting GPS downloads on her when she's along Hungry Horse Reservoir, and we don't know what her status is. It's kind of suspicious. Videos are a little grainy, but these are videos that residents sent me just to show you some of the types of reports that we get. Those were on the left, 3 grizzly bears down the Ferndale Swan Lake area that we ended up capturing and relocating. The middle video is a female with 3 yearlings that were killing chickens north of Columbia Falls, getting in the other unsecured attractants. We actually ended up capturing that female elsewhere and put her down along with one of the yearlings, and the other 2 we relocated. And then the bear on the right, that's the grizzly bear that was over on Eagle Bend Golf Course out of Big Fork, walked through the Forest Service parking lot at Swan Lake Ranger Station and spent time in around Big Fork, and she's the one we relocated into the Spotted Bear District drainage. And she went into the Bob, spent a lot of time in the Bob Marshall Wilderness area, but came out, and like I said, mid-November is the last location we got on her. So some of the conflicts, pretty consistent in terms of what we tend to deal with. On the left is down the Swan Valley. Grizzly got into horse feed, pushed open the door there. We put electric around that, working with Swan Valley Bear Resources. The bear actually came back and got shocked, and no more incidents there. Middle one is in the Flathead Valley. We've had a lot of bears that have learned to kill chickens and go after chicken feed, pushing indoors. These people have now since electrified. And on the right is a female grizzly with a cub of the year. And this is north of Columbia Falls. And you can see they had garbage on the porch. They have a freezer on the porch. They also had livestock chickens out back. We protected those, got them to remove their garbage. And we actually ended up capturing this female grizzly and her cub and relocating her. Something that Wesley will probably talk about, and this is a little bit new for us. We've got more bears spending time in the Flathead Valley, getting into some of these grain bins, grain silos. And I'll show you some of the stuff that we've done to try to keep that from occurring or continuing to occur, and have had some success. This is basically the first year I've had to deal with it. And again, bears getting into gardens, fruit trees. The scat on the left, that's carrots. Had a family group of grizzlies get into a garden and ate all the guys, dug up all his 100 pounds of carrots. And that was in the Flathead Valley, which is a little bit different. People in the North Fork of the Flathead are used to having to pick their carrots out of the ground by mid-September, so the grizzlies don't dig them up. But folks in the Flathead Valley aren't aware of that yet in terms of some of these areas. And then the apple scat on the right. We get a lot of bears in the fruit trees in the fall. One thing that happened this year, you can see these 2 pictures, and then the circled area. This was picture the landowner took. He was following grizzly bear tracks, female grizzly with a cub near Columbia Falls. Walked into the woods following her to see what she was doing, took his daughter and his dog with him. And you can see the grizzly bear cub in the upper right-hand corner is circled. When he took this picture, he didn't realize the bears were sitting right there. He actually moved towards the bears onto a log, slipped off the log. Female charged at him. He had bear spray with him, also a pistol, but he used his bear spray. Sprayed her from about 10 to 15 feet. And she turned and left, turned back towards him. He sprayed her again, grabbed his daughter and left, and everything ended up okay. But again, you know, probably not a good decision to follow a female grizzly with cubs tracks into the woods, but turned out okay for him. Dylan Tabish actually interviewed him, and we wanted a testimonial on bear spray. We also did have a situation where a hunter and his son north of Whitefish encountered a female grizzly with 2 cubs of the year, turns out. And unfortunately, they were attacked and injured by the female grizzly before they were able to shoot and kill her. They did not have bear spray. They are recovering, luckily, but they did receive some major injuries, and our wildlife human attack response team investigated that situation and wrote a report up on that. The cubs were orphaned. A camera determined they were cubs of the year, but we decided to go ahead and leave them in the wild, and I'll talk a little bit about more why we make decisions like that in the fall with orphan cubs. And of course, chickens. We've had a lot of chickens killed in the valley this year. Unfortunately, with a lot of these conflicts, we're always after the 8 ball. You know, we get the call, something's happened, then we go in and try to prevent further problems. And with electric fencing, and it's getting hard to get people to do preventative stuff in the first place so they don't get chickens killed. But we continue to work at that and work with Defenders of Wildlife, Swan Valley Bear Resources, people and carnivores have all been helpful in working with us on that. Had a few more pigs killed this year. There's a female grizzly with 2 cubs evidently that got involved with killing some pigs north of Columbia Falls. We did work with Wildlife Services on it. Ted North contacted him. The pigs actually ran away when the bear broke the fence down, and 1 pig returned. The other 2 pigs evidently were found either by that bear or other bears and killed. We know at least 1 was for sure. And this is some video footage. The landowner, when this pig returned, thought that he could go ahead and put up a fence that would keep the bears out, but unfortunately didn't use electricity to do that. This is a female grizzly with her 2 cubs returning. And the pig is actually within the enclosure. He felt the fence was adequate. You're going to see the fence was not adequate, but some interesting video footage that I wanted to just share with you to show you kind of what occurs. You can see middle of the night. He also had a couple of big guard dogs that he felt would keep bears away. They were in the house because they were barking, and the neighbors didn't want to get upset with barking dogs, but he did let the bear out, or the dogs out, once he realized the bear had gotten in the pig pen again. So the bear's inside the pig pen right now, killing the pig. He heard the noise. He let his dogs out. You can see a St. Bernard and another mixed large breed dog barking at the bear. Didn't have any effect. Bear continued killing the pig. Bear finally returned. The landowner chased the bears off, pulled the dogs in. Bear came back with her cubs, drug the pig off into the woods, and ended up consuming it. Really a difficult spot to try to trap for a family group of bears. There are residences all around the property. People didn't have any more livestock left, so we actually did not trap for these bears, but I assume we're going to have to deal with them in the future. So what's our goal? Basically, minimize conflicts between people and grizzly bears. We want to keep people safe. We want to minimize property damage and livestock depredations, and we want to try to keep bears alive and in the wild. So some of our objectives is to minimize grizzly bear conflicts and working with landowners to identify and secure the attractants. And you can see we deal with a wide range of different attractants. A lot of people kind of have makeshift setups where they, have chickens or rabbits or ducks or whatever in little pens. They don't put electric up around it. Kind of hard to deal with, trying to figure out how do you protect attractants like this. Temporary electric fencing, we loan out and help put up a lot of temporary electric fencing to landowners, and it can be very effective. It says my connection's unstable. Hopefully it's going to work. You guys can hear me okay still?
Yep, you're good, Tim.
Okay. Permanent electric fencing. We try to convince landowners to put up permanent electric fencing. Defenders of Wildlife has helped with that. People in carnivores has helped us with some of that, and we've also worked with them, but really try to provide the information to the landowners and give them direction on how to build an effective permanent electric fence. And this is a landowner down along the Stillwater River north of Whitefish that did install a permanent electric fence after they had chickens killed. We also put up electric screening. Instead of electric fencing, in some cases, it can be very effective. And in this case, you saw the bear came up, touched the screen that we put over a chicken coop window that had been broken into, and bear left, didn't return. And you can get fairly inventive. This was a female grizzly with 2 yearlings up west of Whitefish that had gotten into this garage door, man door, to get cat food and horse feed. We electrified the door because it was aluminum with electric fence energizer. You saw she and her 2 yearlings ran away, and they've not been back to that location. So these are the grain bins that I was talking about. And what I did is I did put up some critter getters, which are noisemakers, and I'll talk about, and they work, but I was looking for a more permanent situation. And you can see the deer at the bottom. I basically took wooden pallets, stapled chicken wire to them, and hooked them up to a solar energizer and put them right in front of the door. And the other 2 videos you see are of a grizzly bear that had been getting into the grain bins, but never got into them once we put these pallets, electrified pallets, in front of them. And they're still out there. I haven't picked them up yet. I tested them. They're putting out 7,000 to 8,000 volts with a decent ground. And even the bins are grounded also. And so bear stepping on that and feet on the background or touching the bin with its nose or its paws is going to get the shock. So, something quick and easy. The landowner can move out of the way if they need access to the bins, but it seemed to work pretty well. We'll keep testing it to see how it works out. This is a critter getter noisemaker. This is a grizzly that had been coming into an apple tree. I've been using critter getters since 1994 when I first tested them at the grain spill up along the railroad tracks on the edge of Glacier Park, where the train derailments occurred in the years earlier. Temporary solution, but can be very effective, quick and easy to put up. We also got some money. Fish and Wildlife and Parks had some extra money. Ken McDonald had made available to the bear specialists. So we ordered in some bear resistant containers. These are Kodiak cans on the top left that we loan out to landowners. You can see on the right-hand side, that's a trailer outside of Quorum. And they did not have any bear resistant garbage containers. Unfortunately, a lot of places are like this where people just have their garbage outside the front door that bears get into. We have had some issues with some of the bear resistant containers. The bottom left is a smaller Kodiak can that was gotten into by a grizzly bear family group down in the valley, Swan Valley, basically chewed through the lid and popped the top open. And the other 2 pictures are up out of Eureka. These are toter cans that Kim Annis had loaned to some landowners, and they had put dog food in it. And they're just single walled containers. And you can see this female grizzly with her cubs had actually gotten into it. And the one thing we want to make sure is that when we tell people that these are bear resistant, they're not bear proof, but they are bear resistant. And for the most part, we've had good success with the Kodiak cans, but we have had some breaches, especially on the smaller cans. So that's something that, we're going to talk about further in the future about, why that's occurring. Illegal feed and wildlife still continues to be a big issue. This is maybe somewhere where the NCD subcommittee can help. Some of the I&E information. Some of the feed stores we've contacted have pulled in the deer blocks. They don't advertise them and have gotten rid of the deer feed. But I walked into the Eureka hardware store this summer, and as soon as you walk in the door, there's a whole section of just deer blocks that are sitting there. And it's not illegal for them to sell them, but it is illegal for landowners to put them out for wildlife. So, you're basically setting landowners up to be breaking the law, which makes it illegal to knowingly put out, food for deer, elk, moose, black bear, grizzly bears, and mountain lions. My technician, Justine Valuers, created 2 Facebook pages tied in with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, Flathead Bearware and Flathead Fruit Gleaning. The Flathead Bearware one was created this spring. We've had 2,100 likes on it. And the Flathead Fruit Gleaning one was created last fall, and we've had 644 likes. And the idea is just to provide information on what's going on with bears in the Flathead Valley. And the Fruit Gleaning page was created to try to connect people that had fruit trees with people that wanted to pick fruit, so that we could reduce the amount of fruit that's out there on the ground and available to bears. Another objective is to work with the agencies to promote the food storage on public lands. And the upper right-hand corner, that is a dumpster that was placed at Hungry Horse Dam for the public to use. And it turns out that that was a mistake. It wasn't supposed to be put there. And we did contact the hauling company and the dam folks, and they did remove that. You can see that's a bear-resistant container, but totally overfull. And that's part of what Jeff was asking about. We had a lot of people, as the Forest Service employees know, and other people know, camping anywhere they could on Forest Service land. You drive down along Hungry Horse Reservoir this summer, there were people parked and camped basically on the pavement on any pullout they could find. And these lower 2 pictures, my wife, Rachel, is a wildlife technician on Glacier View, Hungry Horse, and Spotted Bear District. She's gotten funding in the past as a bear ranger. But this year she was very busy in terms of cleaning up camping sites on public land where dispersed campers had basically thrown out food. And you can see, there's steaks that she picked up. And so when people ask, where do bears get food rewards? This is one place that we're concerned about. And I think that's why some of the funding for the bear rangers is important, because I can't be everywhere. We can't, go visit all the campers, but they definitely can make a big impact in reducing, garbage and whatnot on public lands. This is another example. This is on the Tally Lake Ranger District. And basically there was an abandoned trailer that some people have been living in. They abandoned it. Forest Service law enforcement had contacted them. As it turns out, they were just throwing garbage out the back. We had a radio-collared female grizzly that had been relocated from Eureka area up on the north of the Tally Lake District. You can see her radio locations on the left, where basically she had found this garbage that had been thrown out. Forest Service technicians went in and cleaned up the site. I think the Forest Service towed the trailer out of there. But again, having more people on the ground and eyes on the ground and working in conjunction, we could identify that, yeah, we had a grizzly bear getting into the garbage there, and they were able to go in and clean the situation up. Continue working with the counties. The one place that I'm going to talk about is down at Porcupine Creek, which is down by Swan Lake. Flathead Lake, Lincoln, and Missoula County, all those areas in green on the left have put up electric fencing or have bear-proofed in some way. Their garbage facilities, their transfer stations. But we did have one problem this year at Lake County about 15 years ago at their Porcupine site, which is south of Swan Lake. They have 40 cubic yard dumpsters where we basically automated the lids. You could throw in your, push a button, open the lid, throw in your garbage, push a button, and close the lid. Unfortunately, this is a population trend monitoring female with 2 cubs. We found out that the lid wasn't closing all the way, and you can see all of her radio locations at the transfer station this fall. And so, you know, we started visiting the site more regularly. We started contacting the local residents. Forest Service contacted the county to try to make sure that those lids were operating properly. You know, for previous 15 plus years, we had not had any issues at this site, but this year we did this fall. And so that's something we're going to have to talk about. They're actually talking about getting rid of that site right now, but I think that might be a mistake because the local residents in Swan Lake in that area need a place to be able to put their garbage. We also try to provide information on the media, how people can minimize and grizzly bear conflicts. We've done stuff with Jack Hanna in the past. 60 Minutes came out, did an interview with us. I ended up on the cutting room floor, which was okay with me. Hillary did a good job. Dylan coordinated a lot of it. I tried to get him to interview Alan Chrisman, who's a retired Forest Service employee, but owns property up in the North Fork of the Flathead and has a tree farm. And his motto is we grow trees and we grow grizzly bears. And unfortunately, they didn't interview him, but I was hoping that they would have. But we do try to get the correct messages out through the media. And of course, respond to grizzly bear conflicts on private and public lands. And I covered, you know, some of the stuff that we dealt with this year, so I won't go into any more detail on those. One thing that I did add this year, though, was to develop relationship with the landowners, public, NGOs, agency personnel to improve trust, coexistence, and tolerance. This is something that all the bear specialists do all the time. We've always done it, but we didn't ever list it as an objective. And these are the guy in the cowboy hat, Benji, is the owner of Southern Pine Plantations, and they're the ones that purchased the Weyerhaeuser property up in the Kalispell area, one of the biggest private landowners now in the state of Montana. And Jim Williams might comment more on this when he talks or gives an update, perhaps. But basically, he asked us to, if we had a grizzly bear that needed to be radio collared, worked up in a safe situation, to contact them. We did, contacted the landowners, and you can see that this made a huge impression on them. And again, these are one of the biggest private landowners up in this area, and just to give them that experience, to get them to trust us, to work with us and develop that relationship, I think it was important. And we do that with the landowners also. It was a little more difficult this year because of the COVID, but we also work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service law enforcement. There's a new law enforcement officer for the Lost Trail area up here and the refuges they have, and he had a trainee with him. And then also the guy on the right is Anders, and he was actually attacked by a grizzly bear a couple of years ago while hunting. And we wanted him to have an experience where he could actually have more of a positive experience than a negative experience. So why is this important? Well, I think it's important because they can provide us a lot of information. And the video on the left was provided by a landowner that has remote cameras up and sends me a lot of videos of especially females with cubs, so we can document those, and I provide those to Cecily Costello. On the right, we have also people that have cameras up on rub trees, similar to what Kate Kendall and folks did with the study. We actually have some people have had put barbed wire on some of their rub trees on their private land and go and collect the hair samples and provide them to us, which again allows us to put that into our database, what bears are out there, where they're at. And then the middle picture was taken by a landowner down at Swan Lake. And these are the 3 3-year-olds grizzly bears that were hanging together, getting into a lot of stuff. You can see traps set there. And I included this because the landowner is very good friends with Governor Bullock. And he was actually on the phone with Governor Bullock when these grizzly bears were caught. And when the 3rd grizzly got caught, he said, "Sorry, Governor, I got to hang up. We just caught the 3rd grizzly." He had to hang up so he could call me to let me know that they had been captured. So you never know who you're going to, have interactions with and work with. And I think it's just really important that we do maintain the communications and working with the landowners. And also with the NGOs, Swan Valley Bear Resources started the bear fairs with Swan Valley Connections. And we didn't do any bear fairs this year due to the COVID situation, but I think we'll be doing those again in the future, and they can be very helpful. Lastly, I want to talk about the orphan female cub situation. You know, we left those 2 female cubs of the year up there north of Whitefish where the 2 hunters were injured. This is a female cub of the year that was orphaned in 2019. I had captured the adult and this cub. We'd moved them to spotted bear. They came back to the Ferndale area, continued getting into stuff. So the decision was to recapture them. I captured the adult female and we euthanized her because of repleted conflicts. But we thought we'd give the young female cub a chance. And so we went ahead and captured, like I said, the adult female, put her down. The female cub of the year we captured, I put a radio collar on her. She was 102 pounds. And we released her up along Hungry Horse Reservoir on the east side in the fall, late in the fall. And she was in good shape, very fat. She moved north. This is the release of her in Deep Creek. And you can see she's got a little bit of an attitude, which I think bodes well for her. So it has a GPS collar, so we were able to monitor her movements. She actually moved north and denned up near Desert Mountain, which is up south of West Glacier. And so we saw, okay, she survived. She went and denned on her own. And all those blue dots you can see up near the den site are her locations from the fall and when she came out in the spring. Well, the problem was she was between Martin City and Coram, and Martin City and Coram are not really good in terms of secure attractants. And we were concerned she was going to get into stuff. So we actually trapped her on a private landowner's property. She had not gotten in anything, but we wanted to prevent it from happening. And we actually checked her radio collar. It was fit properly. It actually can be triggered to drop off remotely. And we'll do that this spring. And we took her down to Spotted Bear River and released her down there. Here's a release. Down the Spotted Bear River Road. And then we continued to monitor her. She moved east towards Strawberry Creek and then actually moved north of where we had released her and she ended up denning there. And if you zoom in, you can get a little better idea. She basically moved east towards Gooseberry Park and spent most of the summer there, probably in the burns, feeding on berries. And then she moved back to the west and ended up denning between Schaefer Meadow and Spotted Bear in the Bob Marshall. So, you know, we know that she's gone through now her second cycle of denning. When she comes out next spring, I'm going to drop her radio collar so it doesn't get too tight on her. But this is one reason why we're looking at leaving orphan cubs in the wild, because we know they can den. This is the second one I've radio collared that has denned successfully. And so when people ask us, why aren't you catching them, sending them to zoos in the fall, this is our response. Augmentation, we did some augmentation trapping for the cabinets. We caught this subadult male that we did not drug or collar. We released him on site. And we caught a young female that turned out to be a bear I'd caught as a yearling this spring. And we released her back into the wild. And so we did not move any augmentation bears into the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem. Acknowledgements, a lot of people helping out, volunteers, game wardens. Like you could see, we masked up when we were working bears. And with that, I'll open up if anybody has questions or if they want to hold questions till later, that'd be fine too. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Tim. Great videos and photos, really appreciate that.
You bet.
Any questions for Tim while we've got him, and then we'll move to the next specialist? All right, Tim, not seeing any immediately. If folks have questions before we get to the end of all the specialists, I'm sure you guys will be available to jump in. Thanks.
Sure, sounds good, thanks.
So let's shift to Region 2 with Jamie Jonkel.
Let's see, can everyone hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. Well, let's see. James Jonkel, bear management here in Region 2. And I encourage everyone to check out the MissoulaBears.org and the Missoula Bears Facebook page. We do bi-weekly updates there. Lots of good information on just where folks are seeing black bears, grizzly bears, lions, etc. And you can actually report observations on that Facebook page and that website. We still have quite a bit of bear activity. I've got 3 or 4 black bears here in the Missoula area that seem to like the University of Montana campus. So I thought they disappeared, but they showed up again this morning. And then we're still fielding lots and lots of reports of grizzly bear tracks up in the Blackfoot. Like everyone else, COVID-19, had an impact on us. The big thing we noticed was just a lot of folks in trailer houses, tent camps, camped out up in the Tules along every side, every kind of pull out along a creek, there was a camper trailer. We visited with a lot of folks. We had a few conflicts related to some of that. Some of our outlying communities like Seeley Lake, a lot of new people trying to survive, eke out a living, that are very, very novice about living in bear country. And then I've been fielding a lot of calls from folks that have just recently purchased property and houses here in Montana that are also, pretty novice about bears. Let's see, I work hand in hand here on the south end with our grizzly bear management team. That consists of Eric Graham with the Blackfoot Challenge, Eli Hampson with FWP based out of Missoula, and then Rory Trimble with FWP based out of Anaconda. In the last few years, Eli, Eric, and Rory have been doing the bulk of the on-the-ground field work and research, trapping, I&E, etc., for that inevitable time when I retire. And I know that a lot of the other bear managers are probably getting to that age where they're going to be retiring soon too. So I guess first off, I'd like to thank all the ranchers, landowners, community members, NGOs that assist us all summer. They're just great help. And like Tim, we work with a lot of, game wardens, Forest Service, BLM employees. So thank you. I'd like to do a little shout out to some of the NGOs that I work with. Blackfoot Challenge, Clearwater Resource Council, Vital Ground, Great Bear Foundation, the Missoula Bears, Heart of the Rockies, the Granite Headwaters Working Group, 9 Mile Wildlife Working Group, Defenders of Wildlife, People and Carnivores, Be Bear Aware Campaign, and the Wind River Bear Institute. All these folks help us constantly, either through funding or through assistance. Let's see, this year we were able to continue doing a lot of our outreach and preventative management. For example, this fall, the Great Bear Foundation again had apple picking crews, and they gleaned fruit from all over the Five Valleys area and some of the outlying areas. A lot of this fruit ended up going to a business that is going to produce a cider that'll be available this winter. Up in the 9 Mile, the 9 Mile Wildlife Working Group hosted their third apple squeezing event, but it had a COVID-19 twist where people had to set up reservations and come in one at a time and squeeze their apples or their pears. Let's see, I worked a lot with Chuck Bartlebaugh with the Be Bear Aware campaign, and he's focused most of his attention on the Bitter ecosystem, but boy, he had his trailer out in Seeley Lake community here in the Five Valleys on a continual basis, doing a kind of a COVID-19 friendly approach. I really am thankful for the Defenders of Wildlife's electric fence incentive program. Russ Talmo with Defenders of Wildlife, boy, he did a lot of fences in Region 2 this year. And Adam Baca with Wildlife Services also has a similar electric fence incentive outreach program. And boy, he did a lot of stuff in conjunction with Russ Telmo and us. So we got a lot of new fence up around chickens, goats, pigs, fruit trees, home sites, etc. Let's see, the Blackfoot Challenge and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Partners Program really went to town this year up in the Blackfoot. Got 2 new electric fences around our compost sites. MDOT is partnering up with us on livestock, big game composting site at Clearwater Junction. That fence was starting to fail. And so through various avenues of funding, we were able to get a brand new electric fence around that site. And then also the MDOT site up by Lincoln is brand new and functioning again. Boy, I lost count, but four or five big ranch compound electric fence projects in the Blackfoot this year. And started placing shipping containers at various ranch headquarters that have had a history of containment issues. So I think 4 shipping containers have now been placed. And that's where crystal lick, grain, etc. can be stored. Also, Blackfoot Challenge got a SIG grant working on some portable electrified cattle guards. So we're placing those at various ranches, coming up with a couple different designs, see what works out best. And then just started doing some work with the Lincoln dump. First, we kind of explored electric fence around the dump. The community wasn't really into that. But now it looks like going to try to get some different lid systems for the big roll-off containers. See, continue to work closely with various garbage industries. And as always, Republic Services goes out of their way to help us with designing bear-resistant enclosures, getting funding for more bear-resistant containers, etc. Again, we distributed a lot of bear spray this year on the south end, a lot of cans of bear spray issued to ranchers, landowners, youth hunters in general. We distributed a lot of bear resistant cans again through the whole south end. And we were able to work with Lolo National Forest and we were awarded a RAC grant. So we're going to purchase some more bear resistant garbage cans for the Seeley Lake checkout program. And some of that funding will go toward containment structures at the various businesses and campgrounds. Let's see, people and carnivores helped us erect some game poles in Gold Creek and Belmont Creek areas just outside of Missoula. Starting to see more grizzly bear activity, and those are some of the more heavily used hunting areas in the fall and weekend warrior camping sites. And they also helped us secure some bear-resistant food storage boxes for a private campground up in the Seeley area. Let's see, the Seeley Lake Ranger District is replacing all of its bear-resistant dumpsters in the Clearwater drainage. We had a lot of issues with bear-resistant dumpsters this year in the Clearwater area that were malfunctioning. They're getting older, some human error, some improper locking. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's see, we still work with a lot of different neighborhood bear aware networks. And we actually probably launched 4 or 5 new neighborhood network efforts this summer. Let's see, carcass programs. Boy, through the summer, we picked up, a couple hundred livestock carcasses in the Blackfoot and the Avon area. Special thanks to a fellow named Barry Gordon, who's doing that for us. And then last winter, and then starting here in about a month, a fellow named Dan Massey will take over for the big time carcass pickup effort that occurs throughout the Blackfoot and down in Granite and Deer Lodge counties. Easily pick up 800 plus carcasses through the winter. Special thanks to Blackfoot Challenge for, keeping that carcass pickup program going. And then the Granite Headwaters Working Group, thanks much. Thanks to the compost sites. And then thank you to the Deer Lodge dump. They're working with us on taking those livestock carcasses, and we've got some feelers out and we think they're interested, but we're hoping to get another compost site, carcass composting site set up there in the near future. Let's see, in regard to bear research and bear conflicts, this summer, Eric and Eli and Rory did do some research trapping for female grizzlies. Had some activity, but the only bear captured was a young male grizzly on the northeast side of the Rattlesnake Wilderness. Turned out this was a little bear known as Trapper that Tim Manley and Eric Winham had to dart a few years back, I believe, from a helicopter. He was caught in a wolf trap. And so he had fared well and was set up in a new home range. Our research female Silver Queen, she dropped her collar this spring in the Landers Fork. Our one remaining research female, known as Ursa, is still wearing her collar, and she's already in the den. And then we have one other research male known as Walking Bear. We occasionally get a location on him, occasionally get a photograph of him, but his collar is malfunctioning. See, on the south end this year, we did have 3 known mortalities. In April, we had to remove a young adult male, along with Wildlife Services and FWP had to remove a young adult male that had killed 3 calves, maybe a 4th, at a ranch near Ovando. That was on April 13th. Then we had a hunter kill a young male this May west of Lincoln. This incident is under investigation by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And we had a cattle producer shoot an adult male grizzly in May, also northeast of Lubrick. This incident is also under investigation by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We had a report from like 2 or 3 people of a road-killed grizzly on July 10th on Highway 200 at the North Fork Bridge. Responded, promptly. Found where, the bear had been hit, scuff marks, that kind of thing, but no carcass. So, we think the bear was able to get up and move off. We searched the surrounding area, for carcasses, paid attention to bird activity, but never did find anything. As I said, our season is still ongoing. Been so busy, I have not had time to tabulate conflicts yet this year. But on the south end, working with Wildlife Services closely, we did have 8 confirmed depredations here on the south end of the ecosystem. There were 7 calves and 1 adult cow. We had 1 confirmed depredation attempt on a calf. It did not die. As far as I know, it's still alive. And then we had 1 sheep that was killed by a bear, but the species of bear was not determined. So Wildlife Services set traps, and we assisted at most of these depredation sites. As earlier as mentioned earlier in April, we did euthanize that young male that had killed 3 calves, maybe 4, near Ovando. And on May 6th, 2 male grizzlies were captured at a calf depredation site. There was a 3rd grizzly free there, they attempted to free range, but were not able to dart. Those 2 bears, the males, were relocated to the North Fork of the Flathead. It was awfully difficult to tell, which bear was involved in the depredation. There were multiple other bears in the area, and then there had been wolves also photographed at the site. So both those bears decided to do a preemptive move. And so they both got shipped up to Region 1. Thank you, Region 1. And the big adult male, I think he was 640 pounds, spent a good portion of the summer up there, and then he dropped his collar on the Canadian side of the Rocky Mountain front, right near the border. And then the smaller male ended up going up into the Blackfoot Indian Reservation and dropped his collar not far from the Canadian border as well. So traps were set at some of these other depredations, but no bears were captured. Conflicts in the upper portions of the main stem of the Blackfoot, from Clearwater Junction upstream, were minimal this year compared to others. Set traps on occasion, but also, just put up electric fence, critter getters, hauled away attractants, that sort of thing. So no bears were captured. The Clearwater drainage, on the other hand, was another matter. It was pretty perky. In July, we had what we thought was one grizzly bear sort of start up on bear-resistant dumpsters. He started tipping dumpsters at campgrounds and the ranger station, and they were only being locked in the middle instead of all 3 sites where you lock these Capital Industries bear dumpsters. And as a result, by tipping them over, they were able to pry open the sides and fish out garbage. This continued for about 2 or 3, 4 weeks, and we did set and capture 1 grizzly, but just shortly after relocating him, that night, it started happening again. And we soon realized that we had at least 2 other bears keyed into the bear-resistant garbage cans. And as the fall progressed, at least one of those bears ended up really hitting a lot of the residential areas around the town of Sealy. So the bear that we relocated up to the Canadian border, again, thank you, Region 1. I haven't heard anything lately on him, Tim. I'd be curious to know how he's doing. But I think, he was probably a innocent bystander, because we sure had a lot of activity after that. So we're going to be pretty aggressive in the Sealy area next year. We're going to, launch effort that, hopefully will help the town get cleaned up. We'll see how that goes. See, in regard to our peripheral areas on the south end, we're starting to see more and more grizzly activity in the upper Clark Fork Basin and Missoula and 9 Mile areas. We had a handful of verified sightings in and around the Deer Lodge Valley and Flint Valley. And we did have one incident where ducks and chickens were killed at a ranch kind of in the Drummond area, south of Interstate 90. And Roy Trimbo and Eli Hampson did set traps, and captured a younger adult male on 10/21. He was relocated up to the Lincoln area, northwest of Lincoln. And he is very slowly making his way south, has not crossed I-90 yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't. And I hope very much he doesn't go back to that ranch. In the Missoula area, we had a grizzly access a chicken coop just out on the edge of town in the North Hills. We're monitoring that situation. Bear's not been back to that chicken coop. Chickens are all gone, but we've been fielding lots of reports of grizzly bear tracks all through the North Hills in Lavelle, Butler, Grant, and the Rattlesnake. Let's see, in the 9 Mile area, continue to get verified reports of grizzly activity. This spring, we received a great photo of a big adult male grizzly. And this summer, we were able to verify 2 reports of a female grizzly with cubs, possibly the same bear, just different sites. And then south of Missoula, we had 2 grizzlies show up. We had a grizzly photographed literally just on the outskirts of Lolo, Montana on September 29th. Sadly, he was trying to get into some bird feeders and then feeding on mountain ash in a backyard. We believe this might be the same bear that was reported just a few days earlier in Bass Creek by a bow hunter. That one hit the press. Not positive, the same bear, but not that far apart by air. And then we had adult male grizzly photographed southeast of Missoula on October 3rd up Miller Creek. And, handful of other reports that we weren't able to verify, here and there on the south end and some of these peripheral areas. And I guess that's pretty much it, unless folks have questions.
Thanks, Jamie. Pause here for a moment, see if anybody have any questions for Jamie before we move to our next specialist. All right, thanks a lot, Jamie. Let's move over to Region 4 east of the Continental Divide to Wesley Sarmento.
Hello, everyone. Let's see. Make sure I'm doing all this technology right here. Share screen. Okay, can everyone see that screen?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, I'm Wesley Sarmento. I'm bear management specialist at a Region 4 based in Conrad. So this year I covered my entire normal area, which is 2 miles east of Highway 89 going down to Sims and Cascade. And then starting July 15th, I started covering the whole region due to personnel shortages. COVID impacted my work this year like it impacted everyone else's. We were only able to do 4 education presentations. Usually we do around 20, but we did get out to over 128 people. We did bear spray training to over 60 people, and we gave away over 50 bear sprays this year. We installed 6 bearware signs at important recreational sites where there's a high probability of hunters and recreationalists running into grizzly bears. We did our usual bear alert systems this year. We initiated different alert systems over 63 times anytime a bear was reported in an area where there was an existing alert system. And we also created 2 new alert systems this year in response to increased bear activity along the Kevin Rim and also the northern part of the Marias River, southwest of Shelby. We posted every bear sighting on our Facebook page, the Prairie Bear Monitor. We created over 129 Facebook posts. That page right now is closed. It's under internal review. We are getting a lot of hate mail and that sort of stuff on the page, so it's unfortunate. I don't know exactly what will happen to that Facebook page. Good communication is always important. We received over 700 calls for information or service this year, and we quickly responded to every single one of those calls, no matter the time of day. We had over 80 Facebook conversations going and over 85 text message conversations going as well. This is a breakdown of our conflict complaints this year. We had a total of 48 confirmed grizzly bear conflicts. We had 15 cattle depredation complaints, 10 grain complaints, 5 near dwelling complaints. So if a bear showed up near a house and didn't get an attractant, it was classified as near dwelling. Encounters were really up this year. We had 5 encounters, and actually one more, there's 6 total, but it got classified as grain because the bear had been eating grain at the place for a week. And I'll get into that here in a second. Some garbage, a couple of sheep complaints, bears getting into haylage now, which is a new one. We only had 1 bear in town this year, which was good. 1 apiary was busted into, 1 chicken complaint. Unfortunately, I did have to respond to 1 human attack this year, which was our most serious conflict. And then we had 1 pet food complaint, 1 barbecue grill complaint, and a bear eating on a bone pit near a residence. So here's a map of all those complaints. The yellow cattle sign is where all the cattle depredations occur. 7 out of the 14 or 15 cattle depredations occurred west of Augusta. And then we had quite a few west of Valier, west of Lake Francis along the front. Grain conflicts were kind of dispersed around. We had quite a few complaints this year south of Shelby, which is unusual. We haven't had that before, and I'll get into more of that here in a second. Well, one other thing to note on that, we did have a bear go all the way out almost to Big Sandy this year, which is over 100 miles going directly east from the Rocky Mountain front. And that bear did cause a couple conflicts. It did get into some chickens on the east of the Marias River. We tried capturing that bear a number of times, but he kept giving us the slip. He was kind of doing a hit and run type deal. We eventually weren't getting any more reports about him, but I think he came back west eventually. This is the livestock losses. So we had a total of 14 calves confirmed killed by grizzly bears and 1 cow. We had 3 sheep killed in 2 complaints. 2 chickens were killed on 1 complaint, and 1 bee apiary was damaged. In response to a lot of that, and also just being proactive, we installed 7 electric fences to protect livestock. This year, we had extra help. USDA Wildlife Services was able to hire some more guys this year because of funding, and that was really appreciated. They had some really good guys out there putting up electric fences, and they also had another guy helping to respond to grizzly bear conflicts. So that was really appreciated and helpful. Additional agricultural damage that occurred is we had 1 grain bag that was damaged. We tried trapping for that bear, but it was a hit and run type deal. We electric fenced it in response. We had 1 grain bin door ripped off. I'll get into that. We tried capturing a female with 2 cubs of the year. In response to that, we ended up catching a non-target bear. And then 3 haylage bags were damaged. And haylage is essentially, it's hay that's wrapped wet, and so it ferments. And so bears busting into that is an issue because it needs to be airtight for the fermentation to occur. So let's talk about some of our grain conflicts. We deployed in response to a lot of those grain conflicts, which is mostly bears eating grain spills as opposed to bears getting into grain storage structures. We deployed over 67 scare devices in response to bears acquiring grain spills. We electric fenced 2 old bins that were leaking grain, and we electric fenced that 1 grain bag that was damaged. We also loaned out 1 paintball marker to a producer that had bears coming near his place to get grain spills. We removed a lot of grain, spilled grain this year. Over 27,000 pounds of spilled grain we removed this year, which is quite a task. And then, of course, all that grain is spilled again the next year. So it's an ongoing thing that we're trying to find more long-term solutions to deal with that are within our authority. The near-dwelling things continue to occur. Oftentimes, it's a bear that's using a shelter belt to bed down in or to escape people because it's the only cover around. We're really aggressive with any bear that comes around people or towns. With our quick responses, we're able to get out really fast to haze bears away. So the 1 bear that was in a town of Shelby, we were able to get out there immediately and haze that bear out of the town. We hazed a total of 17 bears this year with cracker shells, our Airedale dogs, and with our trucks. And then we also, when we know that there's been a bear observed in an area, we go out and we proactively patrol the area in the morning and at night so we can be there when the bear's there to haze it out of there. We did give out 2 bear-proof garbage cans to a producer this year where a bear had gotten into some garbage. And we installed 11 electric fences near homes. So home sites, and then also attractants that were bringing bears near homes, bone pits, grain spills, and that sort of thing. I'd like to thank Defenders of Wildlife too, Russ Talmo. He came out and helped us electric fence a garbage dump at a colony. And again, I'd like to thank USDA Wildlife Services, Diamond Running Crane helped us electric fence a residential area. So a lot of appreciation to those guys. Then we also have gone back to fences that we have put up in past years to make sure that they're being maintained properly. And so that's something we did. Unfortunately, a fire burnt down a quarter of our fence around the landfill here. So that's something we're gonna have to rebuild again this coming year. We removed a lot of carcasses. Myself, I'm the technician. We removed 23 dead animals. And then we have a carcass driver that drives from March through June, and he removed 131 carcasses. So encounters were up this year, which is an unfortunate thing. We had 5 encounters categorized total, but then again, I told you about the one that was categorized as a grain spill, and this is a picture of it because the bear had been coming into this open garage for over a week and depositing a bunch of scats there. The producer had known about it, and what happened is the producer ended up driving his truck into the garage one night, parked it, and got out and thought to himself, oh, that bear might be in here, and looked over his shoulder, and the bear was 15 yards away from him. Luckily, the bear just stayed in the corner, and he called us up, and we came out, and we darted the bear and removed it from the garage. The other encounters were a bear that came through a bear that came through the Mraz Golf Course, which happens every year now, and people observe that bear. Another encounter was on Depuya Creek, where a producer was walking the brush, and he got 15 yards from a large male grizzly bear. The bear stood its ground and growled at the producer, who exited the area. So fortunately, no attack occurred. We had another incident west of Conrad where a producer was out spraying weeds during June, and the guy ran into 6 bears altogether. It was during the breeding season. Fortunately, all the bears did run away when they saw the producer. We had another encounter on Deep Creek south of Shoto, where 2 hunters encountered a bear at less than 15 yards away. And that one ended well as well. The bear just walked away. A little more serious, we had a bird hunter with his dog east of Shoto, 3 miles east of Shoto. He was hunting for pheasants, and his dog went into the cattails, and a sow grizzly charged out and got down to 30 yards from the guy. The guy started yelling at the bear, and the bear did return to the cattails to where her young were. That's it for those encounters. And then I did have to respond to 1 human attack this year. What happened, it occurred southeast of Shoto. A gentleman was warned about the presence of a bear in the area, and then the guy trespassed onto the neighbor's property to go investigate, and he did end up finding the bear inside of an old abandoned building. The bear charged out and bit him on the arm a few times and then on the back. And fortunately, his wife was able to scare the bear off. In response to that, we did want to euthanize the bear because it was in an old building and it attacked a person. So we did 2 helicopter flights and 1 fixed wing airplane flight, and we weren't able to find the bear. And we also trapped for 12 days, but the bear didn't come back. Grizzly bear mortalities this year. We euthanized a subadult male southwest of Shelby for repeated conflicts. I mentioned that before. We had a number of conflicts near Shelby this year, and so we were able to euthanize the bear. Then a subadult female bear was euthanized west of Augusta for repeated livestock depredations. That was in response to those several calves that were killed in that area. And then we had 2 adult male grizzly bears killed in motor vehicle collisions in 1 weekend west of East Glacier, and they had been attracted to a roadkill horse carcass in the area. We had 8 grizzly bear captures this year. 3 bears were captured at a residence southwest of Shelby where they're acquiring grain spills. Those bears were all relocated to Pike Creek behind East Glacier. Then we had a subadult male that we also captured at that site, and we euthanized him for the multiple conflicts. Then we captured an adult female bear that was frequenting railroad tracks near Summit on Highway 2. So that was a proactive move to get her off the tracks before she got hit by a train. We also caught an adult female in the Teton River for proactive tracking, since there was some conflicts occurring and we weren't able to capture bears in response to those conflicts on the Teton River. We did capture a bear just to get a caller out there to start proactively tracking bears in the area. We caught an adult male that was in that garage west of Pendroy, and we relocated him to that would be the Skyland area. And then we caught an incidental capture of an adult male, 720-pound adult male north of Shoto, where we were targeting an adult female with 2 cubs of the year that had busted into a grain bin and were frequenting an area near a residence. Since that was an incidental capture, we just relocated him to Ear Mountain Wildlife Management Area. Here's a picture of that bear. that incidental capture, 720-pound male. I want to just thank the producers for being so patient with us, trying to resolve these conflicts. Sometimes they can take a while to resolve, and for taking measures to prevent bears from coming around. So we did a total of 206 trap nights total in response to conflicts. And we also obtained 15 DNA samples to help us ID bears. So I want to thank my technician, Sarah Zilke, who's now with NRCS, doing soil conservation work. And then I want to thank just the local communities and also local law enforcement for their help and coordination, and especially our call coordinators who take time out of their day to call their neighbors and let them know that bears are around. We really appreciate them. I want to thank FWP staff, wardens, and biologists that help so much, other than also the other bear managers. Region 1, thank you for taking a lot of these bears. USDA Wildlife Services, want to give them a big thanks for all their response work to grizzly bear depredations, and now also the new guys that are on and helping out with some of the proactive stuff. Fish and Wildlife Service provided some funding. Vital Ground gave us a grant this year for some scare devices. Defenders and Wildlife, they've provided electric fence material, and Russ came out and helped us build an electric fence. Our carcass driver, he's really appreciate the guy. He's a good communicator. He doesn't like to be named, so I won't name him. Western Bear Foundation has given us some stuff for our Airedales, and then also some bear cans. Montana Outdoor Legacy Foundation gave us $30,000 about in operations funding. And then we're starting to work with NRDC and also USDA Wildlife Services Research branch to start a guard dog research project. I want to thank Rock Creek Airedales for donating 1 dog, and then 2 Bear Air donated a flight in response to that attack. So that sums it up. I'll take any questions if there's any.
Great, thanks, Wesley. I do see one question in the chat box about, I think it's probably tracking, but it's a question around tracking conflicts, captures, etc. on the front prior to July 15th.
So prior to July 15th, and also prior to that, I'm working to get a hold of that information to get it tabulated.
Okay.
So hopefully this winter I'll have that.
Okay, thanks. I think just looking at the agenda, we're just going to keep rolling. I trust that those of you taking advantage of the wonders of Zoom, if you need to take a bio break, can leave your video and mute off, or leave the mute on, hopefully, and take a break if you need it, but we'll just keep rolling here. And looking at our updates in the list that I have, let's turn next to stay on the Eastern Front and to the Blackfeet Reservation. And Jeff Horn, are you able to give a bit of an update?
Yes, I am.
Great.
So I started doing this back to bear work in around mid-June. I took over. Had a lot of bear conflicts this season so far. We captured 11 grizzly bears in total this year. 9 were new captures, 2 were recaptures. 4 of these bears were caught on depredation sites. 4 were caught on depredation sites, but they were non-target bears. We had 1 bear getting into 4-yard dumpster, bear-proof dumpsters, and we've had this problem occurring a lot the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. We have one sow that we identified, and she had been caught before. She has a collar. She had a collar on that isn't working. She figured out how to tip these bear-proof dumpsters from the back, and the way the hinges are made on them, when dumpster would tip forward, the lid would swing open and there would be trash everywhere. Well, she got a little following of other bears that were basically following her around with her. She had cubs and they were getting into the trash. We did manage to catch one of those bears and we relocated him on the reservation. We were never able to catch her, but because of the COVID restrictions and the east side of the park being closed, we didn't have much of a problem with her after that, because we took and we did a lot of electric fence work in those areas that were identified where she would just kind of make her rounds, I guess, every week and hit different places. And we sat out a few nights trying to free dart her, but we were unsuccessful. And it's kind of ironic. We were sitting in the wrong place and she hit another dumpster like a half a mile down from where we sat those 2 nights. We did catch 2 research bears. One was a female that we collared, and I believe she dropped her collar not long after that. And one was a male. We did try to set more research traps out this year, but we had a high call volume, and with limited staff that we were working with, we weren't able to accomplish as much as we wanted to within the, I guess, the research trapping. On the mortalities, we had 5 grizzly bear mortalities this year. 2 of them were collared bears. Both of them were shot. They're currently under investigation. One of those bears did have cubs with her this spring before she was shot. I believe she was shot on May 4th. We had one grizzly bear get killed by a hunter. They were walking down the creek bottom and they had seen some deer just before that run that way, and they come around the bend of the river and there was without knowing, I don't think they knew what they were looking at. There was a deer carcass that was covered up right there, and they walk about 25, 30 yards around the bend of the river there, and the cub was the one that got shot and killed, and that was the initial one that came out of the trees, and I think it was like 25 feet from them when they shot it. There was a sow and another cub right there, but they took off, and they were unsure if they shot the sow. The younger gentleman that did shoot the bear shot at the sow, but we looked down there for 3 or 4 days up and down that creek bottom and never found anything. And then we had one that was hit by a vehicle not long ago on Highway 2 East Glacier. And then we had one that we euthanized because of the amount of depredations and depredation, or not depredation, but the amount of injured cattle that was in the area. And it was a pretty old bear, and looking at his teeth, you could see why he wasn't killing all the cows that he was attacking. Along with USDA wildlife specialist Glenn Hall, we investigated, or he confirmed 44 depredations and probable depredations. And there was an additional 39 investigations. So we had a lot of depredations, and a lot of them were pigs and calves. What we did with a lot of the pig pens, we spent a lot of time with Diamond Running Crane, the other USDA Wildlife Services guy. We put up, I think, 17 electric fences this year, and a couple of those were pretty big projects. I think one was, the biggest one was around 7 acres, and it that was around this calving field where almost every year we've had cattle depredations, and we've had to trap out there, and we've caught numerous bears in that area. So the landowners there were pretty excited about seeing how the electric fence does for them this upcoming spring. We did do a lot of prevention techniques. I don't have the numbers on those, but we've done a lot of cattle removal, propane cannons, critter getters. We've hazed a lot of bears from places. We cut down berry bushes that were next to houses. And we tried to do as much outreach as we could, but due to COVID, we were kind of limited as to what we could do this summer. And that's kind of about all I have. Well, we did have on our nuisance bears, the reports that aren't depredations. We've had 55 grizzly bear nuisance bear reports, and a lot of them were attractant related, and sometimes a lot of it was the same bear and cubs in the area. And we tried to trap for them. We tried different things, but in the end, I think the electric fences was kind of our ticket out of, removing the problem or solving the problem. And that's about all I have.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Before we switch to our next presenter, just pause for a second to see if there's any questions for Jeff. Okay, thanks, Jeff. Let's jump to the other side of the hill and go to Stacy Corbell.
Hi, guys. So thankfully, most of you are aware I've had some health issues since last November, but the bears behaved this year for us, thankfully. The first for us was we took a bear from the Blackfeet res, subadult female, and turned her loose down here. Instead of Tim Manley getting all of our problems, we took one. And I don't know how often that's going to happen, but it worked out. She moved into the Bob Marshall, and ironically, they named her Sue. So we have a bear named Sue now. Anyway, she moved into the Bob. She came back to pretty much where we released her. And then she moved back into the Bob, and she denned close to Scapegoat Mountain. We didn't do any research trapping this year. We had 2 bears on the air, and we they were wearing iridium collars, and one of them has 2 cubs of the year, and then one of them doesn't have any cubs, but we have video of her being bred this spring. Anyway, the bear with the 2 cubs of the year, the collar release mechanism worked, and Carrie and Peyton were able to retrieve that. Coincidentally, a bear named Cooley. And then one of our longer running research bears, a bear named Tammy, her collar release mechanism didn't function, and she's in the den now. And I suspect she'll pull it off in the den. So management wise, thankfully it was quiet this year. We did capture a very large adult male in a black bear trap that the wardens had set, at a chicken conflict site. And the warden that set the trap uses our bait, which is roadkill deer. And they didn't catch anything for 2 weeks. And by then that deer quarter was pretty stinky. And they didn't have any hair. So we elected not, this bear was over 600 pounds, just guesstimating. So I elected not to drug that bear, just to give him a microchip and an ear tag. And so we went old school and we spray painted his shoulders with orange marker paint, just in case he showed up at another conflict site. I knew it wasn't going to last long, but since we turned him loose on the divide between Region 2 and the FIR, I wanted Jamie to be able to ID him if he showed up in Sealy. He didn't. Nobody's reported him. Carrie and I and Peyton put up a couple electric fences, one around an old grain silo that a grizzly, well, Tammy was accessing, plus some other grizzlies. And then Carrie and I put up another electric fence around a really large orchard down by St. Ignatius. I guess the other thing, our bear resistant loaner program, I think we've given out over close to 100 cans now. And then we donated 30 of the 95-gallon ones. So the loaner program is for people that self-haul. So they're 65 gallons. They're the smaller Kodiak cans. And, one per household. And then we donated 30 of the 95-gallon cans to Republic to just add to their inventory, I guess. Plus, we're going to hopefully purchase some more. And then our bear can, our counter assault gave us a break. Defenders of Wildlife helped us out a lot with that. But essentially, if you have a recreation permit or you live on the reservation, well, it used to be $10, but now it's $15. You can come in and get a can of counter assault bear spray from us. And we're hoping to expand that program. I don't know how many cans we've distributed. Every conflict site that I went to this year, if they didn't have bear spray, I gave them my can, no charge. And for instance, the one individual had, with the orchard, had just discharged his the night before completely. So I just gave them a can of bear spray, and they're new residents. They didn't realize that they were in bear country. And when we talked about it afterwards, after we got the fence set up, the wife came out, and they have a young child, and we were talking about it, and they didn't realize they were in grizzly country. And I think that's happening all over. Just the amount of traffic on 93 now is just crazy. And then you all heard about Bear 40, I think that was her number, getting hit on 93 just south of Nine Pipes earlier this summer. 25-year-old female. She didn't have any cubs. She wasn't lactating. But Highway 93 continues to be a problem for bear mortalities in the NCDE. And Whisper Camel Means will join us this afternoon to give an update. We just got a TWIG grant, Tribal Wildlife Incentives grant, to contract with Marcel Heiser and do some more research on 93, and we'll see how that goes. But thankfully, I wasn't as busy as everybody else this year. That's all I got.
Great. Thanks, Stacy. Appreciate it.
Yep.
So we'll pause for a second before we go to our last conflict specialist presenting and see if there's any questions for Stacy. All right, great. Thanks, Stacy. And let's jump to John Waller.
Thanks, Randy. I'll see if I can get this PowerPoint started here.
Just curious, John, what's your background there? Are you like in an electrical substation or something?
Oh, that's my IT center.
Okay.
Let's see, I've got two screens. Does that show up as full screen to you guys?
Looks like you're in presenter mode still. It's not quite in full screen.
Let's see what I can do here. Well, maybe the easiest thing at this point would be to just run it at presenter mode.
Yeah, we can see it just fine.
Okay. As Jeff indicated this morning, it was kind of an interesting year in the park because of the COVID and our late opening because of that. But we got started in April with FWP bringing a couple bears over, a couple yearlings from Columbia Falls. They released over in Logging Creek in the park. And then Jamie Jonko brought a bear over from Helmville. Had been involved in a livestock depredation over there. We let that bear go in Logan Creek, and it was a good time to be letting bears go because there weren't any people around at that point. And then June, we started having problems with this little bear pictured here as a young female. Was eating grain along the tracks at Marias Pass, and we dealt with that bear for the better part of a month, trying to haze her off the tracks. FWP, Eric Wenham came up and caught her and ended up letting her go because she was too small for a radio collar that he had. But Wesley and Sarah finally came out and trapped her, and we ended up relocating her up into the North Fork of the Flathead up at Anaconda Creek. And so far, it doesn't appear that she's returned to that site. Also, Marias Pass area roadkills were sort of an issue. Mike Madel ended up removing a moose carcass early in June. And then by July, we had a number of animals hit up there, which resulted in a couple bears getting hit. I guess in the park, we had a bear, a trail runner, run over the top of a grizzly bear on the Huckleberry Lookout Trail. She wasn't really injured, and apparently the bear wasn't either, but they both kind of rolled around together for a little bit and then ran their separate ways. But that's been kind of an issue for us, is, you know, Glacier is a tremendous scenic area and people like to jog the trails, and we try and discourage that. And that's a perfect example why it's a pretty dangerous thing to do when you have a high density grizzly bear population. We also had issues with a bear at Hidden Lake Overlook, is doing natural things up at Logan Pass there. One of the things it was doing was hunting mountain goats, which tend to use people as a shield. So the bear was running around through groups of people. You can see in this picture here, this fellow in the red shirt's chasing after the bear, which is right here. So we ended up having to repeatedly close the Logan Pass and Hidden Lake areas off and on right into October because this bear kept showing up. And it's an interesting situation. You know, we go up on occasion and try and haze it, but it is wilderness. It's considered backcountry in the park. And so it's this sort of fine line between letting the bear engage in its natural behaviors, but at the same time, try not to let it get too habituated forward into trouble. I don't know if any of you saw it. I'll see if this link will run. But it kind of made the media. Let's see if this will work here. Well, that might be too much to ask for. Get that to run. Well, anyways, it created quite a stir. I had a lot of media inquiries about this because people saw this grizzly bear supposedly chasing people up at Hidden Lake. And really it wasn't. It was quite a ways, but there's some great footage of people really booking it through the woods. We did have a grizzly bear get into a person's backpack at Avalanche Lake, caused some closures there. We had bears at Otocomi Lake, which caused closures. We did have a discovery of a dead grizzly bear cub in Bering Creek. As near as we could tell, it's probably a natural mortality. It was just a little cub of the year, either got avalanched or perhaps washed, got caught in the creek and drowned. But it was just skin and bones by the time we got there. So we couldn't be sure about that. We had bears show up at Lake Ellen Wilson. I'm going to close this because this obviously is not going to work. And then kind of the last thing that happened was up at Avalanche. We had looked like potentially a grizzly bear, but definitely a black bear got into one of our dumpsters up there and pulled garbage out. And one of the continuing challenges is just getting the public to close these properly. What I suspect happened to these lids, when people close them, they don't latch completely. And if a bear finds it open, as I suspect what happened here, the bear just folded the lid back and helped itself. But whatever kind of can it was, I often see them where they don't latch completely. So we try and keep stickers on the lids, urging people to close them all the way, but that doesn't always happen. Let's see, at the end of September, we accepted a bear from the Blackfeet Indian Reservation that was involved in a livestock depredation. We relocated that bear to Anaconda Creek. And that's about all I've got.
Great. Thanks, John.
Yeah.
So any questions for John? And so we've got about 25 minutes here before lunch, and we have some options. We'll see, get your guys' input. One possibility is to take this opportunity, which I'd like to do, to see if there's any questions from those who are following our meeting today. Break it up so that we don't just do questions at the very end. So I want to reserve a little time for that. And then also want to see from the NCDE members what your preference is. The habitat monitoring this afternoon is a pretty big block, and I'd rather not break that up. And the afternoon sessions, I think, lend themselves to flowing one to the next pretty easily. So what I might suggest is we take questions, if we have any, from those who are attending and following our meeting today, and then whatever remaining time, just give ourselves a little longer lunch break. But look for some feedback from if there's another way to handle that or a different way that you guys would like to handle your time today.
Randy, this is Bill. I support your approach.
Okay. So Dylan, will you give, good, I got some thumbs up from others. So we'll just see what we have for questions from folks here. And if we end up with a little extra time, we'll just break for a little longer lunch and plan to come back. So Dylan, can you help me work through those who are interested in, and I see we have a hand raised, which is a really nice way to do it if you have an interest. And so Dylan, will you facilitate that piece?
Yeah, we'll do, Randy. And so, yeah, it looks like we've got Keith and Brian have their hands up. So I will call on you guys soon. But just a shout out to everybody out there who would maybe want to ask questions or comments. Please now log in to the live meeting by either clicking on the link on the website that says Zoom link or calling in that phone number. That will bring you into the meeting where you'll be able to comment. And then when you get in the meeting, Keith and Brian have showed everybody the right way to do this. Raise your hand, please. You can either press *9 if you're on a phone, or if you're on a computer, you just hover over your name and then click raise hand, and then I will unmute you. So just going to give folks a few seconds to kind of run through those. Again, we've got a little bit of the lag going between the meeting and it's streaming on YouTube. So now is the time, if you have any questions or comments, to log in. And so Keith, I'm going to start with you and I will unmute you. And if you could please state your name, where you're from, and any organization you're affiliated with.
Yeah, can you hear me, Dylan?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah, this is Keith Hammer. I'm with Swan View Coalition, a conservation organization up here in the Flathead Valley. And primarily, I have a question for Cecily Costello. She's still around, hopefully. I was taking notes, and she said we had 35 known mortalities for this year. And then she went through a little computation of the estimate of the unknown mortalities that we would estimate. And I thought I ended up seeing her say that we had a total mortality then of 14 males and 14 females, which adds up to 28. And previously she'd said we had 35 known mortalities. Maybe I was mistaken. Is the 14 plus 14, if I have that correct, was that the estimated unknown mortality?
Okay, thanks, Keith. It is the estimated total and reported and unreported mortality, but only for independent age bears. So the 35 total mortalities include dependent age bears, and we do not include them in our estimate of reported and unreported. Does that make sense?
Without seeing the numbers in front of me, I'm not quite sure. But
I
at least
can put these up again if you would like.
if we can do that really quickly, then I'd really appreciate seeing them.
Okay. I got to make sure I got the right screen up. I think I'll try that.
This is a good reminder for me to tell the group while Cecily's getting that pulled up that I am collecting the presentations from everybody today, and I'll be loading those on the NCDE section of the IGBC website.
Okay. So I don't know. I have two screens here at home. So did that come up with the bear head?
It's got the dual or the presenter mode, but that's okay.
Oh, it's the presenter mode? Okay.
Yes, we're seeing your notes, but.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to go down to the mortality. So this is our total documented mortalities for 2020. And so inside the DMA, we had 33, but 12 of those were dependent age offspring. So we had 21 independent aged bears inside the DMA. So remember the 21, it's 11 females and 10 males. And if we go down to this, if we go down to this tally here, we added additional bears to equal 28. So we went from 21 to 28 independent bears if we include unreported mortality. And this is this is the reports that we have right now. Listening to the managers, I think we're actually already missing one bear that might have been killed on the highway. I don't know the age class of that bear yet, so that this could change. Hopefully by next spring, when we give our final tally, we will have everything accounted for. Did that help, Keith?
I think it does. And with Dylan going to post this, I think I can come back and revisit it rather than take more time. Thanks a lot.
No problem.
Thank you, Keith. All right. So now I see, okay, Brian Peck has his hand up. So Brian, I'm going to unmute you right now. And then, sorry, Brian, you'll still have to unmute yourself. There you go.
There we go. Okay. The question was for Tim Manley. He mentioned about 2 orphaned cubs up north of Whitefish, where the female and the cubs ran into a hunter. Hunter shot the female. I didn't hear what happened to those 2 cubs. I didn't hear that they were caught. So is that another case where, you know, you're going to give it your best shot and hope that these guys den and make it?
Yeah, Brian, that was the decision because it was in the fall of the year. And we know that these orphan cubs in the fall have the ability to make it. There was no effort to try to capture them. We've had a couple of reports since then of people seeing them farther up on the mountain. But at this point, yeah, no effort is going to be made to capture them. We're going to try to get them. Hopefully they'll den on their own and make it. And you can ask Cecily how she treats that. I think in this case, for their mortalities, I think they may count them as mortalities, but in our case situation, we're not going to look at doing any trapping for them.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, and Tim is correct. We did count those as probable mortalities because they were cubs of the year.
All right, thanks for the question, Brian. Any other questions out there? Please raise your hand. If you're on a phone, press *9, or if you're on a computer, hover over your name and raise your hand, and we'll give you a chance to ask a question or comment. And as Randy mentioned too, we've got an afternoon slate of presentations, and we'll have another public comment opportunity as well.
All right, Dylan. So quick question for you. If in the past, I think we've left the channel open over lunch. Is that the way you'd like to handle it this time?
Yeah, sure. Folks who are inside the meeting can mute themselves and turn off their computer instead of just logging out. That'll save me from having to admit everybody. And then I'll just put up a little word thing saying we're on a lunch break.
Yeah, I know with when we break the meeting and come back for especially the YouTube and the recording, it makes it two separate files and can make tracking of it just a little more challenging.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. So I'll just keep it streaming, and then everybody who have already been in here, you can stay. If you need to log out though, that's fine. I'll just admit you back in after lunch.
Okay. So are you seeing any other hands or questions from folks?
I'm not, no.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks everybody for joining us this morning. We do have a few folks who are planning on joining us in the afternoon, and out of respect for people's schedules, and maybe they didn't know that things might get adjusted and moved, we'll just hold our agenda the way it is, but we'll plan to break early for lunch and give ourselves an extra few minutes. And we'll see everybody back here at 1 o'clock. So thank you, and see you at 1.
We'll get started here shortly. Randy's logging back on right now. Oh, Randy, you might want to test your audio. I can't hear you. No luck. Let me try and unmute you from my end and see if that helps. Yeah, it's not letting me unmute you. All right, I need some elevator music.
How about now?
Oh, there you go. All right, or at least I had you. I don't try that again, Randy. No luck if you're talking right now. Not hearing anything.
How about now?
Hey, there you go. Keep talking just so I can see if that.
I'll keep it there.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, whatever you're doing right there.
Yep, it had to select between multiple microphones, so we're back on. We're good.
All right.
So welcome back, everybody. Dylan, any tech updates that you want to hit us with before we get going again?
Nope. Yeah, all's going good. So far, so good. Fingers crossed.
All right, great. Thank you. So welcome everybody back from lunch break. And I want to note we have a couple, at least one person who joined us in the morning session after we'd gotten going, and that's Gary Bertolotti. Gary, do you want to introduce yourself really quickly if you've joined us again?
Yeah, sure. Gary Bertolotti, Region 4 Supervisor out of Great Falls, Rocky Mountain Front, part of the ecosystem.
Great, thanks, Gary. And we also have Ken McDonald joining us this afternoon. Ken, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Ken McDonald. I'm the Wildlife Division Administrator with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks out of Helena.
Great, thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
And we've got some other guests who will join us here for session stuff this afternoon. I'm not seeing any other new attendees. Unless I've missed somebody, so feel free to let me know if I've missed you. I'm just looking through this list, which isn't the easiest to follow here, but I think we've got everybody. Did admit both Aaron Edge and Trina Jo Bradley, who will be joining us in a minute. And otherwise, I think that's good. So before we get going, I wanted to take just a quick second. So as is a standard convention and tradition for the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee, we like to take a moment to recognize accomplishments in folks, and we had one award recipient. So to present this award, I'm going to turn it over to Hillary Cooley. Hillary, do you want to take this next section?
Sure, I can do
and
that.
I'll throw a photo up here so that they can follow along here.
Great.
All right.
I'll wait till your screen comes up, Randy.
Oop, you're muted, Randy.
That's probably good because I was saying stuff that we didn't want recorded. Let's see if I can get my screen to share now. It wouldn't let me. Oh, here we go. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, can you blow it up just a little bit with your magnifying glass? Great. Okay, thanks, Randy. IGBC wanted to recognize Mike Madel, who was a grizzly bear specialist on the East Front. Mike worked for the state for more than 3 decades and has done so much for grizzly bear recovery. And so we wanted to give him an award in recognition of that. And I'm going to read the text because it's probably a little small. This award is presented to Mike Madel in appreciation of your dedicated and distinguished service of being the first grizzly bear conflict specialist in Montana, a first position of its kind in North America, and your many accomplishments as a bear biologist throughout your career. Your pioneering approaches to community outreach and preventative management of grizzly bears on the Rocky Mountain front have been instrumental in the recovery and conservation of the NCDE grizzly bear population. Your expertise in bear biology, willingness to mentor future biologists, and your creative solutions to complex problems have been an enduring model for other bear biologists nationwide and around the world. You will be remembered as a steadfast champion for bears. Presented by the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee, November 2020. So we just wanted to say thank you, Mike. I know the Fish and Wildlife Service, we appreciate all the work you've done for recovery. And we're going to ship this award to Mike, so he should receive it in the future. I know he's not on the meeting today. Thanks, Randy.
Great, thanks, Hillary. And if I can get back to my agenda, we'll pick it up with Kathy Ake on NCDE habitat monitoring. And Kathy's done a nice job putting together a presentation as well as a number of reminders for me. She was super helpful in making sure that we don't miss critical decision points and getting some decisions made. And largely, hopefully these aren't very complicated decisions, but nonetheless, she needs some direction from us at a couple stages here. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kathy.
Hey, so good afternoon. While I work on sharing my screen. First off, can everybody hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Hey, and you can see the screen okay?
Yep.
Oh, good. Off and running. So good afternoon. As Randy kind of mentioned, in addition to what I normally present, I have about 3 areas where I need some decisions from the managers. And as that may take up most of my time, I'm going to start with those 3. So first off, the grazing sections in the conservation strategy document. This started last November, if you remember the meeting, and I needed your approval on some stuff. And I have gone through and gotten the edits that I need. First off, none of the recommended direction in the conservation strategy has changed. I didn't change any of that. It's all still the same. We did go back to animal unit months. A couple agencies were going to have some problems switching to head months and preferred animal unit months, so we will stick with those. And most of the proposed updates are dealing with different terms that our various agencies have for land that receives grazing. I discovered that the Forest Service and BLM uses the term allotments, Blackfeet and DNRC uses leases, CSKT uses range units, and I did manage to find out that Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks uses the phrase cooperative land use agreement. So hopefully the managers did read that document that I sent out for prep work last week. And when you look through, you will see most of these changes are dealing with these phrases and trying to clarify which one should be appropriately used where. Again, that was most of the changes. The other changes to the conservation strategy document were for the biennial reporting data, and it will include 2 additional things. One is acres under the allotment lease range unit column. If the direction in the document says they basically were trying not to increase the amount of ground that is under a grazing agreement, lease, allotment, whatever. And if we don't include acres, we won't know if we're increasing or decreasing. There is a recommendation guideline in the conservation strategy that says you can take an allotment and split it into two. So you'd have an increase in allotment, but you didn't increase the amount on the ground. So the acres are there so we can track that. The other one is for Forest Service and BLM allotments. When they have an active allotment, they may not have an active permittee. And so there might be a fluctuation in the actual permittees on an active allotment in any given year, but the actual number of allotments will be more steady. So there's a column there that the Forest Service and BLM will be added to in Table 6 and the grazing report. And an FYI, I did not get it on this screen, but in Table 6, that is 2014 information, in the completed grazing biennial monitoring report for 2018, there is some missing information that we will have in the future, but that missing information is really hard to go back and get the grazing information several years back. So as we move forward, we will have that information filled out, but it's really hard to go back and fill it out. So we will have something in the document that says where it's missing, it's just explaining why. It'll probably be like a footnote to Table 6. So those are the changes in grazing. This is where I need to have a decision from the managers as to whether this is okay. They want to approve these so we can put it into the document or change something else, whatever is needed. Hopefully you've all read it. And this is where I need your help, Randy. Do I need to stop sharing for a minute?
Not sure if you need to stop sharing. We can talk over the top of it, I think, but I guess I'll pause here to see first if we have questions about this. I know this has gone around a few times. We waffled back and forth a little on the AUMs and the different ways that we would count these. I believe, at least behind the scenes, as emails were shared with Kathy and working with the different agencies, that we are current on how we want to handle this. So look to you first if there's any questions for Kathy. Clarification.
Yeah, Kathy, this is Bill Abey off the Helena, Lewis and Clark. Question I have related to active permittee, and I didn't see it, and perhaps I just missed it. But you know, sometimes we will have permittees take non-use. They're allowed, if I remember correctly, 3 years of non-use. You know, when we're talking about active permittees, we're actually talking about allotments where the permittee may have given it back to waived the permit back to the agency, but they have not closed the permit yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that is one scenario. I've also found a scenario where a permittee has turned it back to the agency. It may go to another permittee. It just hasn't done so yet. And so it's kind of like, yes, we have an active allotment, but no current permittee. It will change hands, kind of thing.
Okay, so just for clarification, that's a different category than like somebody takes non-use for a year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good, thanks, Bill. Other questions for Kathy? So, Kathy, I'm going to make a recommendation that we incorporate these changes into the conservation strategy. And I'll look to see if anybody has a concern with the changes that we've discussed here, and look first for any concerns. Okay, I'm not hearing any. I think we've worked through a lot of these little details, and I really appreciate you moving slowly with these changes. And now that I think we have the last of the details figured out, I think between what we're likely to bump into next is the possibility, as you go to account for this the next round, as you work with the individual land managers, we'll work through those little corrections and understandings of what we're counting and where. But otherwise, I think we're ready to clarify this in the conservation strategy as it works to your accounting. Do you need anything else for us on that one?
Nope, I will get the edits to Dylan so he can incorporate him in.
Great. Thanks for your patience and for running this around the horn one last time. And feel free to take the next one. Oh, I'm hearing maybe a question.
Yeah, this is Stacy. I guess one issue we have, so we have range units, and then as the tribe continues to buy back land, we lease it out. So there could be increases in the amount of grazing on the reservation, but it would be on mostly the valley floor. And so I don't know how we deal with that.
I'm trying to remember, and unfortunately I don't have the document in front of me. I think as long as you're following the recommendations that are in the conservation strategy for the CSKT lands, I think you're okay.
Okay, I just want to double check because we have agricultural leases and we have range units.
Right, and we're talking specifically the ones that would be, I think, your range units. If you read the conservation strategy, when we are talking on this section of grazing, we are not talking the private landowners' individual livestock. We're talking what would be considered the federal or state lands that gets an allotment, lease, or range unit on it.
Yeah, but if the tribe purchases property, then it goes into trust status. So then
Right.
it does turn into, I guess you would call it federal, but you know, it's considered tribal trust, but
So
you know,
in that case, that's when you usually, for the tribe, just the tribes, that their word for an allotment is when you take that tribal land and then the private landowner gets an allotment on it. Is that correct? Is this that case?
no, they're bid out. We have two bidding. So they're bid out. There's a spring bid and a fall bid for these leases. And they're only active for 5 years, and then they have to rebid if they want them. But like I said, you know, the tribe's trying to buy back as much land as they can, you know, budget permitting. And so we might end up with, well, a lot of times it's already being grazed by a private landowner, but you know, as we buy back land, unless we do it with conservation money, typically they're put out for lease.
Okay, so that's one. Because I don't have the document in front of me, sorry. I didn't realize to bring it back in. I think that's one we need to read up on how it was written in the conservation strategy, Stacy, and
Right.
see how that works with how that's working within that. I don't remember offhand what was specifically for your tribe, the CSKT lands, in the NCDE. And again, we're talking the primary conservation area.
Oh, so the majority of the land that we're going to buy back, unless we can get the state sections back, are outside the PCA.
Right. So we're talking within the PCA only.
Yeah. Okay. That's not an issue.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right, good discussion. Other questions? Did that bring up any other thoughts from folks? All right, good. Kathy, you want to take the next one?
Yep. So Appendix 6 in the conservation strategy is technically the motorized access analysis application rule section. And I am correct in saying it is detailed and technical appendix. It's what people in my position or the wildlife biologists would use to try to make sure they're following the motorized access rules and doing the GIS work. There are some changes that needed to be done to this section for clarification purposes. and clarification purposes only. I am not making any changes to how the process runs. And because those changes tend to be technical, I really did not want to, or I'm sure the managers probably did not want to either, have to delve into that. And so I'm not sure how to proceed to get those changes in. My proposal was to have myself, Jennifer Fortin-Norius, hopefully she'll say yes, Amy Jacobs, which I think will say yes, and then I need a Forest Service line officer to also be part of this small group to get these roughly less than a dozen clarifications approved and making sure there's no problem with them. And if that small group is okay with it, can we just put them into the conservation strategy document under Appendix 6? And Randy, this is where I need your help on the decision.
Yeah, thanks, Kathy. And as I'm hearing that, so what I think what I'd probably compare that to is the work that Dylan's kind of getting his arms around, which is those amendments that occur where we have a need to make an amendment to the conservation strategies. And often it's just small language changes. And if he feels really comfortable with making those language changes, he can do that. If not, then he proposes those to the group for review, and we outline kind of a flow chart for making amendments. I see this as something very similar and would offer that what you've described is a really good next step for these technical fixes. If you can get that line officer participation, then you would have a bit of a technical subcommittee that can work through those. And if, as you guys review them, they clearly are technical, they're not a substantive change to the conservation strategy, then I think it would be good for us nonetheless to see them as a package with a recommendation. And I would be happy to take that then and float it among the NCDE members to make sure they're good with it before we accept those changes. But I'll pause to see if there's first questions or other suggestions about how we proceed. So not hearing any concerns with having this technical subcommittee on this one work through those motorized access changes that they need to make and forming a recommendation for us to see. And I want to respect Kathy's suggestion, which is if it seems to this technical group that they aren't substantive, it's just getting some clarifications on how to do that. Is there any discomfort with having them forward that recommended change instead of bringing it to the entire NCDE? Jody?
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with that small group making that determination for us. I mean, clarification is going to need to happen as we go forward implementing the NCDE strategy. And I think this is just growing pains, so to speak. So,
thanks, Jody. Any other input? Yeah, I think like we bumped into this with the amendments that Dylan was working on. It's just growing pains. We're going to continue to bump into small things that that aren't substantive. So with that, I think what I'd like to recommend then, Kathy, that you form this small group, take a run at working through those. If as you're working through those, nothing raises to the level to you that that the larger group needs to see that, then I think the easiest then would be to work with Dylan Tabish, and we'll post that change. He has he's got a tracking document of changes to the conservation strategy. So it's a little bit of a memorial of the different events of changes to that. So if, as you finalize that, bring it to Dylan for update. If any way along that process you feel like it rose to the level that it requires a little further look, then you can bounce it to me and I'll forward it to the NCDE members for a quick review before we make a decision. But otherwise, I think there's some comfort with you guys just going ahead and making those suggested changes and bumping them to Dylan.
Okay, so real quick then, I saw Bill Avey do a thumbs up there. Mr. Avey, you were actually my suggested Forest Service line officer. Would you be willing to be part of this small group?
Normally I would, but I'm a little tapped out right now finalizing our forest plan, and I'm also leading on the chief's behalf a review of the fatality on the San Bernardino during the fire season. So I don't know if I have the bandwidth, Kathy. I really appreciate the offer. My suggestion, I would maybe recommend possibly Kurt. I don't know if it doesn't look like he's on the call. The other thing we may want to think about is having a non-Forest Service line officer do it, since it looks like the majority of the technical group is Forest Service. It might be good to have another agency's eyes on it. Normally I would, but if it wasn't for the El Dorado incident on behalf of the chief, I'm just not going to have time.
Completely understand. Kurt is only 9 months into, or almost 10 months into being around for this. So he's fairly recent. I know Carolyn Upton is also fairly recent. So is there a manager, line officer manager type on this, in this Zoom call today that would be willing to step up?
Kathy, I'd be willing to do it if you want BLM, but if you want Forest Service line officer, that's good too.
BLM works for me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Katie. All right, so that's that one down. Biennial reports. This is something that Randy and I ran across earlier this year. Currently, I have the 2017 motorized access and a 2018 developed rec and a 2018 grazing report completed. And the discussion is, do we need to have these reports approved? If so, by whom, and how should that happen? You can make it as complicated as you want or as simple as you want. And the other part is that, should those final reports be posted, and if so, where? You can say that you want to have all the managers report it, approve it, or you could have the people that have to provide me the information that are most familiar with it approve it, or some combination thereof. Just realize that the more complicated you get it, the longer it's going to take to happen. That's my only caution. So with that, I'm going to ask for Randy's assistance on how do we get this moved forward.
Thanks, Kathy. So I'm actually going to take these backwards and work back into this from the opposite direction. I'm going to start with your last question first. Should the final reports be posted, and if so, where? And I'd like to make a recommendation that they are posted. We have a lot of folks that ask to see this information. They definitely are interested in it. There are documents that people can obtain if they'd like to. And so I think we can serve as a collecting point for those, and would like to make a recommendation that they should be posted and that they be available on the NCDE website. So pausing there first to see if there are concerns with having these reports posted and available to the public. Okay. I wanted to start there because if with that, the idea that these are made available in this way, I think in the past, and Kathy, you can correct me here, as interested parties have had questions or want to look at these different reports, it's been fairly easy for them to get a hold of you. And so I think that there's a function there that's really helpful, that they know that you have them. And when they hear from you and they get those reports, they're talking with the person that helped develop them. So they usually probably get the Reader's Digest condensed along with the long version. They probably get the notes in the margins and the thoughts that you might have about, oh yeah, and by the way, on this report, notice this here, there's an asterisk there. And so I do worry a little that just receiving these online and grabbing them and using them without context can be a little challenging to the layperson. I know if they would be for me to grab. So I would recommend that as we post those, we make sure that folks know that you might be available to follow up and clarify and help with any additional information or questions. So I pause there, Kathy, to see if that's something that you'd be open to.
Not an issue. because you guys have not seen these reports probably yet, because that's part of that approval process, however we're going to do it. I try to put a lot of explanation into those approvals. So like if there is a change from one report to the next, there is somewhere in that report a section that explains what that change is and what it means. So hopefully that'll clarify a lot of questions, but I'm always available if people have questions on it. Not an issue.
Okay. Yeah, it just seems like it's helpful to have that additional context. So what I'm thinking about is now to the approval. So as Kathy finalizes these reports, and you see here on her screen that she has 2017, 2018 reports developed and completed. So what I don't want to have is a situation where outside of the different land managers' purview, those reports are finalized and then dropped onto a website, and all of a sudden you get a question about a report that you may not have seen. So we clearly want to have enough of a process where Kathy can have that work checked and double checked by anybody who might want to double make sure that things are being represented as they needed them to be. And I just don't want to have a situation where Kathy puts something out there that then somebody later says, well, Jay, that's not official. That's not what we presented. So we need a little bit of a check-in from each of the agencies who have information in those reports to be able to say that that's accurate. A little bit of a thumbs up or some sort of an approval process so that Kathy knows they're ready to go. So with that, what I would propose at the simplest end first, and we'll see if that'll accomplish what we hope to, is as Kathy finalizes a report or a suite of reports, that she then send those to those agencies. And as she's proposed, she might send them to those who have helped compile and deliver that information first. And what I would suggest is that those individuals responsible for that in each agency, if they feel and or have worked out among their agency that they need higher approval for that, then they would seek that. If, however, they are an agency where they're quite comfortable with that person taking that lead, also saying we're good with that, that'd be the point that Kathy's receiving that information from, is the person who compiled it is the one to give a thumbs up for their agency. I'll pause there to hear maybe how that's received by others. Any concerns or thoughts? I'm not able to see everybody in this format right now, so be sure to speak up.
So, Randy, I think that's a good approach. Thank you.
Katie, how about BLM? If Kathy worked directly with the person who presented that stuff, and that person feels comfortable that those can go forward and be public, and they on their own can work with you if you need to look at those, or other folks in the chain need to look at those, but at least Kathy would know she has a singular point of contact in that person that presented it. Does that work for you?
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good process, Randy.
Okay, looking to anybody else who's regularly submitting stuff. Ken McDonald for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. I know I'm less familiar with all that we provide, but we do have a little bit on our lands. I'm assuming that Kathy'd have access to our folks, and if they needed additional support and approval, they could work through that.
Yep. Yeah, that sounds fine. I didn't hear anything that's concerning to us.
Okay, thanks. So having not gone around the horn completely, looking for any others who would raise their hand and say, whoa, I'm not comfortable with that, let me know.
DNRC would be Ross Beatty. Ross,
Yeah.
are you still on?
We're good with it. Yep, that sounds fine.
And John Waller would be the Park Service, correct? John?
Yeah, it sounds fine to me.
And then the questions would be, the Blackfeet is the one, I'm not sure, because I'm still trying to work that one out. So the Blackfeet person is kind of up in the air. CSKT, that would have to be Stacy unless you want to appoint somebody else.
No, that's fine with me.
So Kathy, what I would, and part of my method to my madness and working backwards is now we know what the end product will be something posted. mid-product will be these reports that are coming out in approval process with that primary contact. And now actually going back in time, we have these 2017 and 18 reports outstanding. And using the process described, I think now if you want to reach back out to those contacts with the different agencies and ask them to review those products and give their thumbs up approval for you. And once you have those, then you could work with Bill and Tavish to post them. That's what I'm proposing. Look again for anybody to raise concerns with that process. And Kathy, maybe start with you if that's going to work for you.
It'll work for me. No problem.
Do we need to be more formal about timeline, or are you enough of a taskmaster to deliver a timeline when you send those out?
I'm enough of a taskmaster, and yeah, trust me on that one. Yeah. Bulldog has been referred.
Okay. Well, I'll let you use your sharp elbows and elbow the space you need to accomplish that. And let me know if you start to stumble in getting returns in a timely fashion, and I'll work with the folks to make sure we get that stuff done. So summarizing once again, Kathy will submit past reports, and in the flow of new reports coming out, as those are completed, she will submit current and future reports to the leads with each of the agencies. Look to you to approve and correct, which is the reason for the approval, if there's corrections or things that you guys need to adjust. And once you guys give the thumbs up that those are finalized, Kathy can work with Dylan Tavish to get those posted on our website, and hopefully with another little note that she's available if there's clarification or you need additional information. Kathy, does that work for you?
Yep, it does. Thank you.
Okay, pause before we move to the next topic to see if there's anything we might have missed in that process. Concerns from anybody? All right, thanks everybody. All right, Kathy, next one.
Okay, back to my normal presentations. I am working through the 2019, motorized access monitoring. There's 126 subunits. Still missing 6. The Blackfeet Reservation, when they closed down due to COVID, I have not gotten that information yet. I will probably start bothering those of you on the Blackfeet Reservation again to try to get that information so I can finish off those 6 fairly soon. But of the 120 subunits that I did get through, they have met the conservation strategy rules. In comparing the 2017 to the 2019 information, 41 subunits had a whole percentage change in either TMRD, OMRD, or core. Of those, there were 37 of those subunits had updates and information, mostly along the lines of road realignments. There has been an effort recently, particularly in the Forest Service, to try to get their spatial routes in their GIS layers to match more closely what is on the ground using imagery or GPS or LiDAR. And so there's been a lot of shifting of roads as a result. There is no change on the ground. It's just the spatial alignment in the GIS layer is more accurate to the ground. There have been land exchanges in 6 subunits and project implementation in 5 subunits. I should point out that there are 3 subunits that have a little bit of a decision space. One of the 2 of them have a 1% decision space in OMRD for the Lower Big Creek and Alice units. This is the Forest Service lower closed open roads, and it allows them to have a 1% back up to where they were before they closed those open roads. There is also a 3% decision space in secure core in the Red Mountain subunit. It would allow those land managers to take a barriered road, make it gated, and increase that secure core back up 3% to where its baseline is from their Blackfoot travel. So just a heads up, the process seems to be working, and that's where we are with those. Of those 41, there were 67 individual changes. 69% of those 67 changes were within 1%, had only a 1% change. They went from, like, let's say 25 to 26. 25% had a change of 2 to 5%. 6% had a change between 6 and 9%, and none of them were greater than a 10% change. On the map that you see on there, you can kind of see where they are. Again, a lot of these 1% changes that you see on the Flathead are a result of road realignments. Also down on the Lolo, they're, like they're making a progress through spatial realignments, and that's why you're seeing those in a lot of those areas. So before I move on that one, did anybody have any questions on those two slides before I move on? You'll have to, speak up verbally for me if you had any questions. Assuming no questions, I will move on. Again, this is the standard approval that I need to know every year. In fiscal year 2020, I did complete the biennial motorized access for calendar year 2019, except for those 6 subunits on the Blackfeet. Hopefully we'll get that done soon. I completed the grazing monitoring for 2018. I've completed the grazing edits for the conservation strategy for decision at this manager subcommittee that we just discussed. I did provide several assistance on projects on various motorized access analyses. Lolo, Flathead and the Kootenai had a couple of projects for me. And then I have responded to various questions and requests for general information or implementing plans. That seems to be increasing a little bit as we are moving forward into following the conservation strategy and it's in the forest plans. The 21 work plan, I will complete the 6 remaining subunits for the motorized access. I plan to initiate and complete the biennial grazing monitoring, initiate and complete the developed recreation monitoring, have those proposed changes reviewed and finalized. That is now done. Thank you very much, guys and ladies. And reviewing and posting, that has now been done. Thanks again for your help on that earlier. And I will continue to work on documentation and training for any of the motorized access analyses that people have, as well as respond to any information analyses or assistance. The funding part, all of the 2020 agreement funds were spent, and the agreements are either closed or will be continued in fiscal year 2021. The request is still $3,000 per the each unit. A heads up, I will probably have to increase that to around $33,250 next year, but not this year. So next fall, you will see a slight increase. The 10 contributors are remaining the same. BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service, Park Service, DNRC, Fish, Wildlife and Parks, and the forests. And it's this year is provides for approximately 81 of my days. We're trying to do a third of my time, hence it'll be increased a little bit next year to more match that. And this is at this point, I need to ask if there's any questions, and I need manager's approval. So Randy, need your help again.
Well, first, Kathy, a big thanks to you. It's a really wonderful work product that takes the right person managing this stuff. And we know anybody who's been following this for a while knows that we definitely have the right person managing this stuff. And it's a remarkable work effort. And I'm sure others appreciate it as much as we do. So hats off to you in this. And I think the outline of your 2020 accomplishments as well as your 2021 agreement is warranted, reasonable, and admirable. So I think we're going to be accomplishing a lot in 2021 and appreciate your effort there aligning that out. So I'm not following Robert's rules of order, as you guys have noted, I'm sure, but rather under a consensus framework. I'm going to propose that that we move forward with the agreement and budget for the 2021. Look first to the agencies, the contributors responsible for contributing, making sure we've got thumbs up from everybody that we're good to go with moving forward with that.
DNRC is good. And thank you,
Thanks,
Kathy.
Ross.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
BLM's good.
Service is good.
Hey, Kathy, the Helena Lewis and Clark is
Fish, Wildlife and Parks is good, Randy.
Hey, thanks, Ken.
Park Service is good, and thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome, guys and ladies.
Hey, Kathy, the Helena Lewis and Clark is good, but we will have to work out the mechanics given the
Great, thanks, Bill.
Forest Service new budget process with fixed
And
costs.
do we have reps
So,
from the other forests? I think we're looking at Kootenai and Flathead.
Lolo's good. Thank you.
Flathead's good.
Okay. All right, so we'll look, Kathy, let's take that as a thumbs up from everyone, and we'll circle back, I think, with Kootenai was the only one I think maybe we didn't hear from.
Yeah. Just so people know, the Forest Service, all the funding comes out of the regional office, and we've been working with them to understand that, yes, you're funding my full position, but I'm not considered a full-time flathead. About a third of that goes to other forests and NCDE work. So I don't know how that works out in their budget system. At this point, they're saying just, track it. So I am tracking and making sure that of the days I was given from the Forest Service from the regional office, all one code, that I am spending the appropriate amount of time on the individual, on the NCDE, the 5 forests. So it works out to so many days, or so many hours, however you want to do it. And I'm just making sure that it tracks equally using that fund code that the regional office gave me to match the non-federal or non-Forest Service agreement money that comes in. So just, that's the only way I can track it this year if people are asking a question. Does that help, Bill? Good. Okay. In which case,
Yeah,
then I am done, and I wish to thank you all for your assistance and continued support. It's much appreciated. And with that, I am done with my presentation. Unless there are other questions I did not hear.
just thanks for all the awesome work, Kathy.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks again. Very much appreciated.
Okay, there you go.
Great, thank you. And I'm pretty sure she said fund code with a D, but it might have been fund code. So I'm curious about the Forest Service's fund code. So looking to our agenda, this next piece is an update on our Grizzly Bear Advisory Council. And I'm going to, in just a minute, turn it over to both Aaron Edge and Trina Jo Bradley to provide a couple minutes from each of them on their experience with that. And wanted to first just tee this up with a little background. So the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council was put forth by Montana Governor Steve Bullock back in August of 2019. And the council worked for a little over a year. They finalized their reports here last August with their recommendations. And really a diverse set of folks from across the state. It was an open application process and a selection by the governor for that team. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks assisted in building a little capacity for helping the group in getting them together and logistics and some of the planning, but otherwise really did our best to stay out of that space so that the council could move independent and ask first those questions that made most sense to them and work through it as they had to from the beginning, with huge dumps of information up front, information and education, getting up to speed on the grizzly bear world. And then rather quickly started working on some of the major topics, the kinds of things that agencies and managers have been working with recently. The impetus was largely around what we have all been seeing, which is this expanding and growing grizzly bear population that and some remaining questions and looming questions about managing grizzlies more broadly in the Montana landscape. The group met for, I tracked 15 multi-day meetings starting in October through August that transitioned right through the pandemic started. So they had a lot of in-person meetings up front. And I happened to be looking at some of those photos of those first meetings. And it's funny how you look back in a new context to 60 people crammed in a room working on something, and you just don't see that right now. So looking at those early photos of the group meeting and then culminating with Zoom meetings and socially distant and COVID protected meetings through August at the end when they finalized their recommendations to the governor. They took in during that time, they were receiving public comments. I understand they took over 16,000 public comments as they were working through that process. And if I can, see if I can pull this up. I just wanted to try to share my screen. I'm not going to walk through this whole report, but I wanted to do is just give you a thumbnail of some of the recommendations. So can you guys see that okay? I can't see you, so just a...
Yep, looks good.
All right, thanks, Dylan. So what I'm going to do is just show you that first couple pages and talk a little bit about how they broke this up. And Dylan spoke about this earlier, but we'll make sure this link's available. And I think Dylan, is this link already available on the NCDE webpage, or is that something that we've done? It's on the FWP webpage, I know.
Yeah, I'll go throw it on the IGBC NCDE website right now.
Okay, thanks. So you'll see that they had their vision and guiding principles, which were really helpful to read up front. And then they broke it up into multiple sections around council recommendations on education and outreach, conflict prevention and reduction, conflict response and protocols, and a section on grizzly bear distribution, relocation and connectivity, and resources. They also had a section 2 on council input, largely around role of hunting. And I found that to be really interesting, their approach in wrestling with that topic and wanting to, as I would describe, my words only, be able to put on paper, kind of take that conversation as far as they were able to as a group, but not being able to make recommendations. They took it as far as they could, and they didn't want to lose some of that ground and capture some of the discussion that they had had. Also available in that report are a number of appendices that are just a really nice collection of resources. So with that overarching look, I'm going to stop sharing here. And what I wanted to do is just kind of get a firsthand, you certainly don't want to hear from me on the council's recommendations because I am not an expert on it, and nor was I as involved as I would like to have been. So I want to hear from a couple council members. So I think we might start first with Trina Jo Bradley. And Trina, are you available to just jump in for a few minutes and just talk about your experience with that?
Yeah, but we actually decided that Erin was going to go first, so I'm going to defer to her.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Similar to our council processes back and forth. Yeah, thank you. So I'm Erin Edge. I live in Missoula, Montana. I work for a nonprofit organization, Defenders of Wildlife, and I was a member of the council. And I won't, run through these recommendations in detail, but I do suggest everybody take a look at them. It was a lot of hard work. We were all very, strong individuals and had to come together in some pretty serious discussions, and they weren't always great discussions, right? Sometimes we were really uncomfortable in them, but I think inside being uncomfortable is where we had some success. And so that's what you see within the recommendations, are things we were able to come to consensus on. And then the section where we weren't able to come to consensus, but felt that the information that we talked about was extremely valuable and should be still included in the report. The one thing I do want to point out is our vision, because it overarches all of our recommendations. So I am actually going to read it. We envision fully recovered grizzly bear populations in the 4 identified recovery areas in Montana and landscapes in between that accommodate grizzly bear presence and connectivity while maintaining the safety and quality of life for those that live, work, and play in Montana. So we did tackle this conversation around connectivity, never losing sight of the situations that will impact people that live on the ground with grizzly bears. And so that is kind of riddled throughout our document in our guidelines and our recommendations. So I guess a couple other things I wanted to point out within our recommendations is you'll see we didn't tie them to PCA, demographic monitoring areas, recovery zone boundaries, because we really felt it was important that a lot of the work we outlined was carried outside of those boundaries and in between recovery zones, particularly if bears are going to actually be moving in between recovery zones, which they are now. So you'll see that. And that's something that I think is an interesting conversation for the IGBC is how does the IGBC help support, or can the IGBC help support these areas in between, and what does that look like? Because we felt it was important in our document. We're also noted that everything in our document relies on resources and additional resources. And that doesn't necessarily mean money. It can mean people on the ground, or people on the ground, for instance, bear managers with technicians that can actually be rolled into positions later as bear managers retire, things like that. So it's not always money, although a lot of times funding is what we noted is needed. And in that funding discussion, we talked about the significant need for additional partnerships, broader partnerships, and then just general outreach and education and awareness about what's out there on the ground, what's available. If somebody is having a conflict, who do they call? Can they call the different groups that are working on different conflict prevention tools? Do they call the bear manager? Do they call wildlife services? So just a general broader increase in the availability of information to the public. And I think, because I don't want to get too detailed in my conversation here on these specific recommendations, just know that I'm available if anybody has questions specifically for me, and I will let Trina touch base on other things. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, so Erin said exactly what I was going to say about the vision, so that's awesome. We got that covered. I do also encourage each and every one of you to read this entire thing front to back. You'll probably have to read it about 28 times to make sure you get everything. But I wanted to point out 2 of our guiding principles, because those are really what these guiding principles were the most important things to us as we went through this document. And that's why they became guiding principles instead of recommendations, because they came out in almost every subject about grizzly bears that could possibly be. So the first guiding principle, and it reminds me of Tim Manley's report with I think he called them COVID refugees or whatever. But anyway, all those living in or visiting Montana should expect the potential presence of grizzly bears on the landscape and should have access to education, assistance, and resources involved with coexisting with grizzly bears. That means if you come to the state of Montana, I don't care if you're visiting Miles City, you should just assume that you're going to run into a grizzly bear at some point. And then the very last guiding principle, which we made last for a reason, is grizzly bear conservation is a shared responsibility. And that gets to what Erin was talking about partnerships with NGOs, with landowners, with producers, within government agencies, worldwide, because everyone values grizzly bears in Montana, not just Montanans, but everyone in the world wants Montana to have grizzly bears. So those were a few things I wanted to point out. And then just the process. I mean, we ran into COVID, which really sucked. I'm not gonna lie. Meeting on Zoom is about like this. It's difficult and you can't see people and it's horrendous and whatever. We made it work. It was not all sunshine and rainbows. Anybody that followed along with us hopefully couldn't see all my facial expressions during the meetings, but we did have a lot of stand-up, drag out fights within this conversation, because grizzly bears are so sensitive. It's a sensitive subject for everyone, regardless of which side you're on. So that being said, I will stop there and I will take any questions. And if you have questions for Erin, shoot.
Yeah, great. So certainly appreciate you guys joining us today and giving us a little background of that. I know that it's impossible to extend everybody here, the work you guys put into that. And so really hats off to you. I'm so glad to see the makeup of the council and the committed effort that you guys all undertook to do that. It was an amazing amount of work. So with you both here, I want to pause to see if there are questions from any of the NCDE members of these two while we have them. So one question I had, I was thinking about it, and I'm going to often comes up a fair bit. A lot of the recommendations made weren't weren't exactly geared directly at the agencies. Some of the stuff was education and outreach, which could be part of the agencies, but also NGOs and others. And I really think that the education outreach summit that occurred was really helpful in bringing together everybody who has anything to do with information, education, and outreach, and find a common baseline of let's start here and make sure we have common messaging and common language, but then start looking for those places where we're falling short and we're a little thin on our education and outreach. Are there other places that you see that the council's group kind of supersedes or goes beyond any agency's responsibilities and it's reaching out more to the community at large, like next steps that you guys want to make sure that we're paying attention to?
I think a couple next steps that I know, are happening right now is just some communication between various groups in different settings, on the Montana legislature, on different funding mechanisms. It could be alternative, whether that's state or federal. So looking more into that resources section and digging into that. I think Trina and I both are working on that in different circles. I think, the other thing I think I'd like to see move forward is that improved communication between the agencies and we note this in here is with reaching out to the outdoor recreation communities and tourism boards and things to try and find new partners in that message, whether that's, for people coming into Montana that are new or just simply people living here and recreating. But we felt like there were new partner availabilities inside of those circles as well.
Great, thanks. And there are a couple questions in the Q&A here. The first of which, how were the massive amounts of public comments synthesized and incorporated into the council's deliberations and recommendations without losing details from individual comments? And I'm pretty sure you guys, I'm just taking a guess, you didn't sit up late at night and read the 16,000 comments one by one. So can you, and maybe you did. So a question to you guys about how those comments as they came in were synthesized in your recommendations.
Actually, most of us did read all 16,000 comments because that was part of our job. We were 18 people representing the entire state of Montana. And in that, we were also supposed to be representing where we're from and all the people in Montana, not just, I wasn't there just representing me. I was there representing everyone around where I live. So we did read all those comments and we really took them to heart. I mean, some of them were not helpful, but a lot of those we were really excited to get because they helped push us to a decision one way or the other on a lot of these recommendations, or brought to light things that maybe we hadn't discussed yet and we were like, oh yeah, that's also important. When we were at the beginning of the process, when we were actually getting to travel to different places and meet and have those public comment in person, that also was really super helpful because I had never been to Libya in my life and I did not realize that those people had issues with grizzly bears like they do. So, that was important for me to know when I was doing this, and I know that everyone on the council took those very seriously.
Yeah, and a huge thank you to Dylan too. I know Dylan and Vivica worked really hard to try and compile that into a document. So Dylan, I'm not sure if you're on, but I think that is on the website.
Yes, we collected all the comments and put them as an appendix to the final report. It's not attached to the PDF just because it's like 10,000 pages. So, but those comments are all collected individually on the website. And we also have kind of a summary that Charlie Sperry created where he kind of bundled them in trends and common themes. And so there's a document that kind of summarizes all that. And it's on that fwp.mt.gov/GBAC link. And I just added that to the page where this video is streaming to.
Great, thanks. And not seeing any other questions in the queue. I'll look to see if there's any other questions out there from other folks. So the last piece I kind of wanted to comment on is there is an interesting context between when you're living and working in the NCDE and you regularly work with the NCDE, you sometimes forget the other ecosystems and the land in between and how it all interconnects. And one of the challenges, certainly for fish, wildlife, and parks, is this expanding grizzly bear population and managing bears, and that interesting context, again, where you're outside of the terms that we're used to talking about in the NCDE around demographic monitoring areas, and a lot of these things that you find in the conservation strategies aren't necessarily things that are in place outside of the ecosystems that have their own coordinating committees and these other systems. And so what I really appreciated about this council is you reached out beyond that, and you were really talking about places other than, in addition to NCDE and the Yellowstone ecosystem and Bitterroot and Cabinet Yaak. And so it is interesting how I see a real connection between some of your recommendations and maybe pointing more of them towards the IGBC, as the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee might be in a better role to look at that land in between the different ecosystems and picking up some of that. Anyway, just a comment from what I'm seeing in context. Looking at the Q&A again, just to see if there might be one there.
And just quickly,
Nope.
Randy, I just can't thank enough the support team. I mean, that was an unbelievable amount of work, and the people that showed up to give us presentations and create documents for us and to go over stuff with us multiple times. I know it was a huge task. And when you said that the department facilitated with a little capacity, I think that's inaccurate. It was a huge amount of capacity that you guys used to help pull this off, and then pulled it off in COVID times. I was very impressed. It was a lot of support. And so big thank you to you all.
I'm gonna go ahead and ditto that comment and also say that I'm really excited to see that INE is already using a lot of our recommendations. And I hope that that continues into the future and we can keep seeing that this document is useful for a lot of people.
Great. Well, thanks to you guys for joining us today and giving us a little bit of a snapshot of that. I would have done this no justice at all had I attempted off the cuff to give an update on the Governor's Grizzly Bear Advisory Council. So thanks for taking a few minutes out of your time out of your day to join us. And have a good afternoon. You're welcome to stick with us through the rest of the meeting, but we're going to move to the next agenda. So this next piece is this business of working on our 20
Randy,
capturing. Yeah.
I'm sorry to cut in. We just had the YouTube stream crash. So do you mind if we do a quick pause?
Yeah, we can pause, you bet.
Okay.
What do you need us to do? Anything? Just hang tight?
Yeah, I don't know. I need to call our IT guy real quick.
Okay.
So if you don't mind, a 5-minute break is all.
Yeah, why don't we take 5, and
Okay.
if everybody just join us back in and aim to be back here by 2:15. Gives us a little more than 5 minutes. So let's aim for 2:15.
Okay, thanks, Randy.
Hey, Randy, Dylan.
Yeah.
For the habitat stuff, I'm gonna have Whisper Camel-Means update because we have some news. So I won't be talking during then. She will be. So if you can unmute her when that time comes around.
Yeah, I'll send her the link. That way she knows how to get in.
Well, she was watching this morning, so.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll let her in if she's in there.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, thanks, Stacy.
Yep. Hey, this is Stace. Hey, I let Randy and Dylan know that you were gonna give your little presentation. So Dylan.
Hey, Randy, I think we're good.
Okay.
So, yep, sorry about that. We had a little hiccup there, but I think it should be good and going now.
All right, well, I gave folks till 2:15, so I'll just wait a couple more minutes here just in case we don't miss somebody.
Awesome, thanks. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened here.
Yep, no worry. All right, so as folks are coming back, this next section is kind of broken up into a couple sections, and it might just be my own madness without method, but we'll see if there's a little method to this. So what I'm trying to connect here, and Hillary and I have had a couple conversations around this, is this work plan effort around the capturing what we did in 2020 and what's proposed for 2021 in the past years. Each year we do a review of past year's accomplishments and then add them to the next. And it's an Excel document that rolls year to year. And about a year or so ago, IGBC asked each of the subcommittees to look through kind of a information or data-based lens of mortality. And in doing so, each of the subcommittees identified and the NCDE identified a mortality subcommittee. And they worked through those highest mortalities for grizzly bears and came up with a couple priorities that they wanted to work on, several priorities. And that charged us with our work effort for the coming year. And so now that a year's gone by and we're looking at those mortality priorities, again, just through my own lens, I'm seeing those as really our work planning update for 2021 around several major categories. But at the same time, some of the mortality subcommittee priorities were elevated because they're better served to be managed, maybe not independently by each subcommittee, but by the IGBC. And so we're looking for some collaboration from the IGBC to to maybe not take that over, but to provide the lead on some of those topics. So the challenge for me in trying to facilitate this conversation is that we have this kind of progress report that we need to work through. We also have the mortality subcommittee priorities and some advancements in each of those areas. And then we have some specific categories under that progress report around habitat, and Jim Williams and others have had some habitat related things that they wanted to talk about. So I thought what we would do is start with the substance stuff first before we just look at the Excel document. So I'm going to be a little out of order here, but I thought what I'd do is maybe have Hillary help take the lead on the mortality subcommittee priorities as a bit of a reminder there and where we've gone with those. That'll help capture where we were and where we're going next. And then we might do the same with the habitat and talk about that with Jim Williams. That makes sure we get the substance out of the way in case we start to run out of time, because the tracking of that I can do behind the scenes. And then the other thing is that Lori Roberts has offered to take notes through this rather than have you guys watch me try to take notes and keep up on my screen. So at some point I may share my Excel sheet just to see, so you guys can get a sense of where this is on each of the categories and the columns and the rows. But we'll start with substance first, and then we'll roll to the Excel document. So with that in mind, Hillary, will you take the lead next maybe and talk about the mortality priorities?
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Randy. Yeah, I know this is a little bit squirrely to figure out how to order it, but we have discussed how to do this, and the advisors have been discussing, the IGBC advisors too, how best to report back to the subcommittee and where we go from here. And so it seems logical that, you know, this doesn't need to be a standalone topic that we address every or at our bi-weekly meetings. Really what needs to happen is the priorities that we addressed should, if we want something to happen, any progress to be made, they should be included in our 5-year plan. And so that's why Randy put them together on the agenda. It's just transitioning from, we had this standalone issue we were working on, and now we want to plug them into specific objectives, responsibilities, and all that kind of deliverables in our 5-year plan. So I think it might be helpful to share, remind people of what we did. And I'm going to try and share my screen right here. Can you see a graph?
Yep, we got that.
Okay, great. So this is an update that I gave the subcommittee last year. It's also included in a report that should be on the IGBC website. So the executive committee tasked each subcommittee with going and looking at our data to understand what are the main causes of mortality and identifying some priority issues that we really want to work on. So there was a small working group, interagency people from the NCDE that got together, and Lori ran the numbers. And I'm not going to spend much time on the details. I just wanted to remind you, this is kind of what we did. We looked at the most recent block of years, 2012 to 2018, what were the causes of mortality? And we chunked them out. Try and move my screen along. You can see this is just another way to look at it. When you look at the total numbers, some of categories stick out. So agency removal, livestock, automobile, defensive life, defensive property, poached, malicious, undetermined, train is up there a little bit lower. But there were a number of those that kind of top the list for us. And here's just another way to look at these. This big green one is auto. This blue one over here is poached, malicious. Livestock is over here. Site conflict was another big one, and defensive life. So we worked through that and said, well, we're looking at priority issues that we want to come up with a plan to address, not just these are the top causes. We needed to figure out how we can address them. And so we chunked them out into these 3 main categories. One is these shooting related, all hunter related, defensive life, poaching, and malicious were all bears killed by, shooting related issues. And when we started working through this topic and figuring out, well, how can we address that? It quickly became apparent that information and education was needed for all of these things. And you can go down the list. We were brainstorming on, specifically what kind of messages is needed, or is it a sign problem, or training, or, what kinds of things can we do to address it, being specific. And when you go down a list, it's all information education. And so this one, we anticipated, and then listening to the reports from the other subcommittees, a lot of the other subcommittees have these same problems. And so this was one that we think IGBC, the executive committee, would be best to address. So we're not operating in a bubble. A message on bear spray usage would be useful for everybody, not just the NCDE. So Lori Roberts is the chair of the I&E subcommittee right now, and they are working on consistent messaging. So they've got a number of other interesting projects that will help address this. So there were two other big categories we came up with that we want to address right now. One is auto strikes, and the other one was site-related conflict. And these are specific, not that auto strikes and site-related conflict are not problems in other areas, but we need to take care of them here in the NCDE ourselves. And so, again, these were lists, the numbers here were just brainstorm lists of things that we might start doing to address those. And so, Randy, when we're thinking about how to fill out this Excel spreadsheet, these are types of things, continue roadkill pickup, put up other additional different signs, add compost sites in certain areas. These are things that I think are specific enough that we could consider putting in the 5-year plan if the subcommittee wants to, or, maybe I'm not sure that we captured everything here. Maybe there's some better ones that we missed, but as we're thinking about it as a subcommittee, we didn't want to have to start from zero. So I think we should think about the first category, the shooting related. Let's leave those alone right now. And IGBC, I think, Lori, is tackling a lot of that stuff. And maybe if we could focus our attention on these two categories as a subcommittee, how can we do this? What do you think, Randy? Is that a helpful way to start?
Yeah, that is helpful. And I think that's it's a really nice way to lay out how those two major work efforts merged into NCDE next steps, and identifying which ones might be better left for IGBC, at least in the interim, until we get some clearer overarching consistency, which I think is needed. But given that you've identified this automobile strikes and a suite of things underneath that, I know in the planning effort in that document, there are some really easy places, both on automobile and site related, for us to find the categories for those as next steps for 2021. Any comments from others if we were to move these, and Lori taking notes as we think about identifying these bullets and incorporating them into 2021 efforts?
Randy, Hillary, I support this approach.
Thanks, Bill. And know too, if this document's going to serve us well, it's realistic things that we should have an eye towards that we can work on. And so as we, and just so you guys can get a peek inside my head, I don't hope to have that finalized today for everybody to look at. But as Lori helps me with notes, and we've added a lot of new stuff to that document, I'll try to have something I can get out to everybody before the IGBC and give you a couple days to react to that before I forward it on. But so you'll have one more shot at looking seeing what this might look like before it goes to the IGBC. Other thoughts on adding these two categories wherever these bullet points make the most sense in the rows and columns?
This is Tabitha with USGS. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Just one quick question about the mortalities along Highway 93, and wondering about whether that should just kind of be more broad along all highways, given some of the other highways that are also issues?
I think that makes sense, Tabitha. When we were doing this 2018, where we had the big Highway 93 mortality year, and certainly it's an issue at other highways, Highway 283, 200. Sure. So I would say.
And we do make note of that in the 5-year plan, because we talk about them as connectivity areas, so Highway 2 and other highways. So it is noted in there.
Oh, great.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Joe. I support putting them in the plan. You know, what Hillary has shown here. I mean, they're very obtainable objectives and measurable.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. And one thing I'm seeing here, and Joe and I have been on a number of recent calls around transportation more broadly, around identifying some areas around Missoula where we might, it's more visionary around where our likely priorities are for some crossings. And in that conversation, we're trying to connect with the statewide steering committee, which was born out of the transportation summit that occurred a couple years ago between Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, Department of Transportation, and a lot of non-government partners who participated in that transportation summit. And that outcomes of that summit was this steering committee, and that steering committee is making a lot of progress. So I want to see if we can, that might be operating more at the IGBC level, that steering committee, but I want to make sure that we're paying close attention to that and Department of Transportation as we incorporate those into the NCDE for next year. So there's a little bit of work I need to do on that part.
Hey, Randy, this is Buzz Cobell.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add to that conversation. So on the Blackfeet Reservation last year, we were involved in an animal vehicle collision study, and that in conjunction with the upgrade of Highway 89, I just envision that there's going to be more animal vehicle collisions on Highway 89 between Kiowa Camp and St. Mary's Bab area. And because that road has been upgraded, the speeds are going to increase. And then just because Glacier Park is the endpoint for a lot of these visitors, and we have a lot of them coming through the area, I just think that there's going to be more animal vehicle collisions. A lot of these bears will find that carcass before we even know. We stop, they keep going. And then the bear ends up being a mortality. So I just think it's something that you probably want to add Blackfeet on there, on that chart there when it comes to automobile strikes.
Okay, good, thanks. And I would imagine as we add Blackfeet on there, it's is that around roadkill pickup as a piece of that automobile strike and trying to reduce the strikes with bears?
Exactly, and I think the composting idea and cooperating more on roadkill pickup and having a place to bring them is going to help too.
Yeah, great, thank you. Make sure we grab that.
Hey, Randy, this is Scott Thompson. I just have a comment more as a Condon resident than a Forest Service employee. And I know earlier there was talk about the Porcupine Creek, not really a transfer station, but, those of us in the Swan are challenged with garbage. And so I think, thinking about not only compost sites were on there for the Swan, but also some type of more local transfer site that is bear friendly, because we're really in a situation here where Sealy isn't available and there's not really anything great to the north of us either. So I would just suggest we add that to the list.
Okay, great. Thanks, Scott.
Hey,
George,
Randy,
I see your.
Randy, this is Stace. So
Okay, Stace.
Whisper Camel Means is going to give an update on what we've been doing related to Highway 93. And the majority of the mortalities, which are over 20 now, occur in a 14-mile section of highway that hasn't been improved. And I'll let Whisper give you an update on that. She's our highway.
You bet, Stacy.
Our highway person. So.
Are you asking me to do that now?
I think so. I've got George with a hand raised, and I think he's ready to jump in. So let's get George's addition really quick, and then we'll prepare to turn to Whisper Camel Means on the transportation on 93. George, do you want to jump in?
Just when it comes to the composting sites, the group tried to start one on the west side of Madison County and ran into problems with the county health board because of CWD. So as you start talking carcass pickups as far as roadkill, well, that's going to come into play as a major player, especially with county health boards. And that's all I had.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, George. We're actually running into with the Department of Transportation picking up a lot of roadkill wildlife, and then there's also livestock producers addressing their carcass compost. There's a real need generally for carcass compost facilities, and some of the initial research on CWD is showing that the best place to put those animals are in a lined dump eventually in the landfill. But there is a lot of research from other states that have had a jump on this, that composting in advance of putting in the dump does reduce the CWD prion load, particularly if they're in a compost facility that has a lot of chicken and other waste, because it has a lot of feathers, which has a lot of material similar to the CWD prion. So it actually lends itself to reducing, in my terms, it cools it off a little bit, reduces the heat of that CWD prevalence in that composted material prior to going to the landfill. But I think that this is going to be a topic for us in the next 5 or 10 years as we see the need for compost facilities intersecting CWD, livestock carcass, and roadkill all coming together. So I imagine we're going to get really good at composting here in the next 5-10 years. But so let me turn to Whisper if you're able to jump in, and then I saw Joe wanted to jump in, so we'll get back to you, Joe, in just a minute.
Okay.
I was just going to update the group that CSKT wrote a proposal for a tribal wildlife grant to do some synthesizing of the data that we have around Highway 93 and grizzly bear mortality. We've been working with Montana Department of Transportation and Joe. We've been looking at fencing and the Post Creek Bridge and just different things with Highway 93. And we also had a meeting a couple of years ago that Hillary noted that was a lot of different agencies came together to talk about Highway 93 and grizzly bear mitigation and mortality, and we had the one meeting and we wanted to get back together again, and people got busy, and then COVID. And so this was kind of one of the things that we were talking about after that meeting, was trying to get maybe a little bit more local synthesis and some more projection of what we could do for grizzly bears on this highway, looking at current data, looking at what's worked in other areas. And so our plan is to work with a local road ecologist and try to get that information together and have more meetings. I know that COVID will make that a little bit less organic maybe, but I think we're getting used to meeting over Zoom and getting a little bit more familiar, and maybe as the next summer or the fall comes in, we'll be able to meet again. But that's just our goal, is to try to get our group back together and do some more synthesis to come up with what are ways to reduce grizzly bear collisions here. And that is all. Also, I'm glad that that's one of your 2021 projects, highways.
Yeah, good. Thank you. And thanks for the update. So I don't want to cut short this conversation. I want to broaden it just a little bit by looking at another category in that 2021 around habitat. And Jim Williams had proposed the possibility that the NCDE support broadly this habitat work in the Flathead, and actually between the NCDE and the Cabinet Yaak, a lot of country. Jim, if I'm correct, so there is a little connection to some of that support letter that we wrote, that the NCDE supported some of that. So I think it's in that similar vein that we're looking to future habitat possibilities there. Is this something that do you want to present, Jim, or was Dylan going to take this?
Yeah, thanks, Randy. We're excited. This is kind of a fun one, and it's a positive one. I'm going to hand it right over to Dylan. So Dylan, we put together just a few visuals and an update for everyone. So it's a lot of work. We have a pretty large team and a lot of partners outside of the agency and private landowners and NGOs like the Trust for Public Land. So we're excited to present this update. All right, Dylan.
All right, thanks, Jim. Thanks, Randy. I will share my screen here. And so I know we're a little behind on the agenda, Randy, so I will try to fly through this. How's that looking? Is that shared properly?
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay, cool. So yeah, as Jim mentioned, public-private land conservation has become a really big topic up here in Northwest Montana. And it's very relevant to what EduBC is working on. You can see, I took this slide from Jody Brandt's presentation she gave recently. It was really interesting, from Boise State University. And it shows in the blue places that are growing in population change and the red places that are decreasing. And this fits the narrative that we're hearing from on the ground, our bear managers, with seeing more people, from what Jeff mentioned, with seeing more people, and just in general, seeing people moving out west more, and COVID refugees, or whatever the terminology is, that's definitely happening. And so private land is increasingly, as we all know here, critical for wildlife, grizzly bears especially. Jim shared with me this wildlife monographs paper that came out, I think, a year or so ago, about population fragmentation and how important it is to try to keep some of these corridors intact for all species, but especially grizzly bears. And so why is that a topic of conversation here in the Northwest Montana? Well, that's because last winter, right about this time last year, there was pretty big news that came out involving a company that I'd never heard of before, but Southern Pine Plantations of Georgia purchased all 630,000 acres of timberland owned by Weyerhaeuser. And if you can see in that map there, that's the purple. Everything in the purple there was Weyerhaeuser land, and before that it was Plum Creek. And so that is a large chunk of our region here in Northwest Montana, and is generationally been managed as timberlands for, over 100 years almost, I think. And so when this occurred, it was obviously very important that we wanted to get to know this new large landowner in Northwest Montana. As Jim said, we really prioritize working with our landowners. And up here, that means our timber landowners largely, because they have a large percentage of land in Northwest Montana. And so we've gotten to know the Southern Pine Plantations folks, as Tim showed earlier. Benji Griffith there in the cowboy hat, he's the owner of SPP. And he right away, has come to the table and sat down with us and talked about their goal of land stewardship and working with us. And so we were really lucky that we've got a willing landowner, a new one, who doesn't really have any ties to Montana, immediately came here and was inspired to support conservation. And that, even just the experience of getting to see a grizzly bear on that capture really inspired him. And he's told us, I want our company to help support, connectivity and conservation of bears. And so we're really lucky that an out-of-state company came to Montana, and immediately they got it. They understand about what makes Montana special and why we're lucky to have what we have with these private-public partnerships for land conservation. Then here about a month ago, earlier this month, there was other big news. A company named Green Diamond, based out of Seattle, announced that they will be buying 291,000 acres of that SPP land. So of the 600,000 plus that SPP bought, this company, Green Diamond, they're a timber company based out of Seattle. They are going to be purchasing a large chunk of that land, almost half of it. And also exciting, right away, they got in touch with us. We got in touch with them. And they wanted to sit down and talk about conservation immediately. And we were just so lucky that they're inspired by our landscapes here and our wildlife and our conservation spirit that we have here to continue on that legacy. And so they have a great track record in other states where they operate for conservation values and habitat conservation plans. And they've immediately said, yes, we are excited to obviously continue the conservation easements that were on land that they're purchasing, and then they're interested in discussing maybe future easements. And that's what I'm going to kind of dive into next. But I want to give a quick background for those who don't know on kind of what conservation easements are, because that's really what we're talking about here. When we work with these private landowners up here, conservation easements are really a great solution at a large scale, because it is a voluntary legal agreement between a landowner and a land trust or a government agency like FWP. And really what it's doing is limiting certain uses on the land, like subdivisions for residential properties, and it's protecting that conservation value and keeping it intact, but it's maintaining that private land ownership. So these private lands stay in private hands, and that's great for keeping it so that they can manage the land and do what they were doing. So in this case, keep forestry jobs going, keep working the land, and that's obviously great. And then what we get out of this, obviously, is we protect vital wildlife habitat, and we're keeping connectivity for these wildlife species intact. Alan Wood there would be mad if he knew that I put this picture in of him. He is a wizard when it comes to working with all the partners and the grant opportunities that are required to make these puzzles work. And he's retiring here on December 4th after many, many years of great work. And Alan's really had his, I can't think of anybody in my lifetime that's got their fingerprints on more land conservation than Alan Wood. I mean, literally tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of acres of under conservation easement and protection has Alan's name somewhere involved. So we're gonna miss Alan, but he has created a legacy that's gonna definitely live on from everyone he's mentored in our agency. So kudos to Alan. Funding sources, big funding sources for these projects, primarily Forest Service Forest Legacy Program. That's a huge program. It's an incredible program. And that is really led by the LWCF fund, Land and Water Conservation Fund, which is derived from federal offshore oil and gas leasing, not taxpayer dollars. So LWCF, as we've seen in the news lately with the amazing passage of the Great American Outdoors Act, that is just really going to spearhead a lot of conservation projects, including hopefully some stuff up here in Northwest Montana. And then just for folks who don't know about the Habitat Montana program, that's our Fish, Wildlife, and Parks program that's been around for a while. And that uses primarily non-resident hunting licenses and fees derived from that for these conservation projects, including conservation easements. And then private funding is obviously huge. We could never do it without our private partners. So I'll just jump right into these. And first one that we are in the final days of public comment for is a Kootenai Forest Lands Conservation Easement, Phase 2. If you can see on that map, it is the pink, or I guess red, properties. And so that would be 27,000 acres that would involve a conservation easement that FWP would hold. And yeah, we are accepting public comments. We're still in the real early kind of, it's not quite scoping, but pretty much the same process as scoping, where we're just collecting input from the public to see if this is something we should even move forward with. Once the comment period ends, we'll evaluate those comments and then decide whether to move forward with a formal environmental assessment. And then that would open up for more comments. And then if we move forward with it, then our Fish and Wildlife Commission would have to approve this. But so this is where this is at in the process. This is in Lincoln County. You can see Libby there to the left. So this would be a nice connectivity area that connects with the Thompson Fisher conservation easement. And so between the Cabinet Yaak ecosystem and the NCDE. Next one up is FWP's Lost Trail conservation easement. And this is a 7,000 acre proposed conservation easement that would protect timberland that's currently owned by SPP. So it's part of that 630,000 that was purchased from Weyerhaeuser. And this is right there around the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Lost Trail National Wildlife Refuge. And this is really just trying to add some more conservation protection around an area that's extremely important for elk. It's extremely important for grizzly bears, wildlife all across the board. This would be a great addition to the conservation strategy in that area. And so that in there, you can see is the red dashed lines. That's the proposed Lost Trail conservation easement. You'll probably see that purple area. I'm going to get to that one next. But for now, look at that little red conservation easement area that's proposed. Last week on Thursday, Jim Williams signed the decision notice to move forward with that recommendation for our commission to review. We got a lot of public input about that, and it was all positive. All of these projects, I guess I should emphasize in the beginning and the middle and the end, have a ton of local support behind them because our public up here totally understand the benefits of these projects for conservation value, but also primarily for public access. These are really important places for public access for hunters, anglers, wildlife watchers, you name it. So that's why these have a lot of support behind them, including county commissioners, you name it, sporting clubs. We've gotten basically universal support for these projects. Then next, this is a Fish and Wildlife Service project. I don't want to speak for them, but this is just right from their press release that they've been sending out. That purple boundary that you see, that is what's being called the proposed Lost Trail Conservation Area. And that surrounds the refuge as well as our proposed easement. And it's a much larger footprint, approximately 100,000 acres of private land, including 70,000 that is owned by SPP Montana. So within that boundary, 70,000 approximately of that 100 are SPP lands. The others are individual landowners. And the Fish and Wildlife Service accepted public input on this proposal to put conservation easements on land within this boundary. They did that this year. And yeah, FWP, we are obviously very supportive of it because it would just really further the goal we have for working with private landowners for conservation, public access, you name it, connectivity. There's a picture. I haven't used many pictures there. Sorry. So that's kind of the beautiful landscape we're talking about. And you can see that and see why we're trying to protect that. And then last but not least, I'll just mention what we're calling the Montana Great Outdoors Project. This is really still in kind of the vision stage. It's a potential project that would involve Trust for Public Land working with Southern Pines Plantation, or if any of this is part of that land that Green Diamond purchased. And this would be to acquire conservation easement on another 130,000 acres of timberland. And this would be something that FWP, we would hold the easement for this one. But this project is really still in the early development stage. It's kind of just a vision right now. Anything we would move forward with potentially would obviously require extensive public input and commission endorsement. This one we've just kind of been mentioning, as a vision, and people are very excited. So I'll kind of show you a map here, what I'm talking about, because once you look at then the landscape from a 30,000 foot level, you really see why people are excited and why this group, I think, should be excited, because this really achieves that connectivity that we really want to see from public lands, private lands, from ecosystem to ecosystem, from Glacier Park to the Idaho Panhandle, from the Flathead Indian Reservation to Canada. I mean, this really is an incredible section of the puzzle, I guess you could say. And so if we can achieve these projects, it would just have a long list of benefits. I'm trying to sound objective here because I know I'm supposed to, but it's really hard not to get super excited about these potential projects. So that's why Jim kind of wanted me to present to this group. We get asked, gosh, almost daily about these projects, as everyone knows about these timberlands that families have been hunting on for generations, myself included. And people have been really, I guess there's been heartburn over land ownership changes, and you just never know. But we are so lucky to have these willing landowners from out of state, not originally from Montana, to come in and immediately be inspired for conservation solutions. And so that's what gets us really excited, because obviously we would not be able to move forward without any of these projects without willing landowners and public support. So Jim, I probably mentioned or forgot something because I kind of sprinted through that, but anything you'd want to add?
Dylan, that was really good. Thank you. I just would think, with grizzly bears and pertinent to this group and the subcommittee, mortality, management of grizzly bear mortality, tolerance, and those two are pretty interrelated. And the third pillar really is connectivity. And that's what these projects are, keeping an open, permeable landscape to wildlife movement. And this is between the NCDE, the Cabinet Yaak, and even the Selkirk, and frankly, down the road, potentially even into Washington, as well as down to the Bitterroot. And if you see that top right map, you can look at the size of these timberlands in green and orange that are private and yellow compared to Glacier Park. It's huge. It's about close to a third of the landscape up here. And to get animals, all species, through these working landscapes, keeping them open, free of the residential subdivision footprint, that one's permanent, keeping them open to the more secure habitats like the Cabinet Wilderness or Glacier or the Bob is critical long-term for a whole host of species. So Dylan, thank you. And we just wanted to update the group. A lot of moving parts here, so stay tuned.
Thanks, Jim, and thanks, Dylan. It's a nice update on that. And I guess what I'm looking at is the role of the NCDE. It would be a relatively easy thing for us to add that to our 2021 as under that habitat category. But I'm wondering what specifically the NCDE would be asked to do to help support that, if it's not just our acknowledgement and support for that effort, which we did with the letter previously a couple months ago. Is it along those lines, Jim, or you got to sharpen your pencil a little more on what the role of the NCDE would be?
I think at this point we can, if the group is okay with just keeping these types of projects, and this is just one part of the NCD. There's the Rocky Mountain Front, the Blackfoot in your country, Randy, and on the reservations, lots of exciting things, but any type of habitat conservation objectives that are doable within 1, 2, 3 years, 4 years, I think we should, my personal opinion as a subcommittee member, put them in the work plan and celebrate them if they happen. If not, as a group, try and rally around and make them happen as different subcommittee members, tribes, or agencies need the assistance. So they're pretty critical, I think. And this one has a little bit of timing associated with it too. And I think maybe staying high level, Randy, but somehow putting them in the plan, I think would be a good idea. But that's just my feeling a little.
Okay, thanks, Jim. So want to hear comments from folks. I see Ken raising his hand, and then I saw Scott Thompson as well, and Jody. So let me start with Ken, just because I saw you first. Sorry.
Thanks, Randy. Hey, main point I was going to make is most of those projects that Dylan talked about are projects that were about 3/4 or more of the funding is coming from the Forest Service's Forest Legacy program, including the Lost Trail one that we're going to take to the commission next month, and then that Great Outdoors Act one where we're going to be looking for upwards of $20 million from Forest Legacy. So first of all, I want to acknowledge that. And with Forest Legacy, that the requirement of that funding is you maintain it as a working forest. So that's appealing to the local communities. The other thing is, I don't know, Forest Service people would probably need to let us know, but is there a role for Forest Service folks or for the NCDE, which includes Forest Service folks, in helping get support for those at the national level, because the funding is nationally competitive. And so that's one place the support could be helpful.
Great, thanks, Ken. Bill, you got a response to that?
do if I can figure out how to unmute my mic. Yeah, Ken, good point. That is handled at the national level through our state and private forestry deputy chief area, and it comes through fully to them directly to the states. I think the best thing that we could do, first of all, is continue as a subcommittee, both in the letter that we've already put forward, but then in these deliberations, to continue to value these kind of efforts and make that very clear as we're members of that. And I think they're great efforts across the entire landscape, as Jim talked about, but I think this is really exciting news. I think additionally then the individual members, we can make sure that the regional forester and the deputy chief for state and private forestry that actually allocates those funds are aware of the significance. And speaking for myself, I know I'm certainly prepared to do that. So.
Great, thank you.
Great, thanks, Bill. Jody?
Yeah, I think I'm just echoing what people are saying now, but you know, knowing about these things helps us bring other money to the table. That's one thing. But I think what both Ken and Bill were saying, having the IGBC recognize that these are important for connectivity for grizzly bear can help in the ranking of these awards, and that's super important.
Great, thanks, Jody. And I had a hand raised earlier from Scott Thompson. Just want to check in with you to see if you still have something to add there.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks to Jim and others for their work on this. And, you know, from a Forest Service standpoint, certainly working on the Lolo right now with the Cabinet Yak, the NCDE, the Bitterroot discussions coming online, and, you know, issues of connectivity. You know, I think these are hugely important issues. I think it's something that, you know, the Forest Service definitely is interested in, you know, lending support to from the standpoint of that funding. I think from a person that does a lot of NEPA and ESA consultation, having access to updated maps that show as these things evolve, you know, putting that landscape connectivity in context. I think a lot of times there's assumptions made that these private timberlands are, you know, substandard habitat or that sort of thing, but certainly the, you know, context of these aren't going to go to development. They have conservation easements, and being able to have up-to-date maps that show some of this, and maybe even adding some of that as we, you know, update the conservation strategy periodically moving forward. So thanks, you guys. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, great addition, Scott. So Jim, if it works for you, I would propose that you work with Lori as she's making edits to that document that we're going to bring to IGBC, and just try to summarize where you can. Probably fits in multiple categories, where that's something that we should be focused on in the coming year and years. And then it's a nice reminder for us to be able to check back in after 2021 to talk about what the accomplishments have been. But it also gives you a little better and easier access to the entire NCDE when you're looking for those support letters and the rest. I don't have to work so much to make sure everybody's good with that support. We can deliver a little more clearly that that's something that we've identified as something we should be focused on for habitat.
That's
and then
great. That's perfect.
NCDE members will have a chance to look at that and react before it goes final. So if you want to work with Lori to draft something, we'll get that included.
Will do. And I just, one last parting note for the group, as Dr. Alan Wood retires, and, you know, he's a great hire for anyone looking for some land work. He's got one of the best. But Chris Temple, he has mentored. So for those in the group that want to work with us, Chris Temple, he has worked with over the last 5-6 years, and she's carrying the baton. So Chris Temple with FWP up here, she's our habitat conservation biologist, our lead. She works for Neil Anderson, the wildlife manager. So feel free to engage with Chris as well. And Dylan or I can connect you with her. So Alan aptly trained and mentored someone younger and smarter than him, as he would say, and that's Chris Temple. So I just wanted to let people know that's your contact.
Great, thanks, Jim. So as many of you are probably looking at the agenda, like I am, and noting quite quickly that we're running out of time, I want to offer one suggestion. So for sure, I want to make sure we leave room for public comment, and I want to do that relatively soon for those who are making sure that they're attending so that they can comment. But what's between us and public comment are two things. One is finalizing this document. So I'm going to first propose that I work with Lori to get any additional details. We did a call for additions to that document for work both done in 2020 as well as those things you'd like to work on in 2021. So if you have anything final that you'd like to get, if you send that to Lori, and then Lori and I will work on that this week and before the IGBC meeting, and we'll get a draft back out to everybody to respond to. So that's one effort. I think we can kind of put a pin in that we can work on that offline. And then the second is looking at the roundtable. So what I'm going to ask is that we go through that fairly quickly. If you did have a long list or a substantive update that you'd like everybody to see, if you think it's going to take a fair bit of time, then I want to allocate time for that. If it's something that you can send out to folks as an update, certainly look forward to that. I don't want to cut you short. So we do have time to work through everybody, but we'll just try to keep it moving pretty quickly. And if it's an update that you can send via email, just let us know and we'll get that out and distribute it to everybody as well. And apologies up front for anybody that we cut short. So as I move to that agency roundtable updates, I'm going to start at the list with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service with Jody Bush.
Thanks, Randy. Oh, we do have a couple things, but Ben Connard is going to talk about those. Ben?
Thanks, Jody. Well, in the interest of speeding along, I'll make it super short. And if you have any questions, get a hold of me. I have two items. One was an update, a process update on the BNSF Railway Grizzly Bear HCP. An HCP proposal was submitted last summer. It's gone through internal review with the Fish and Wildlife Service and our solicitor's office, and it is being teed up for Federal Register notice, which unveils it into the public process. I don't control that, don't know when it will happen, but it is now with our headquarters, and so we should be watching for that. I expect that we will get a heads up a few days to a week before it publishes, and we will reach out to some key stakeholders, let them know it's coming. And there's probably also a news release associated with it. So there will be a heads up. We expect a 30-day public comment process and then respond to comments, maybe make some adjustments with the HCP. And if all goes well and it warrants a permit issuance, then we would move forward with a formal habitat conservation plan and incidental take permit, hopefully before next fair year, but there's no guarantees. The second item is just, we were talking about Highway 93. Just last week, the Fish and Wildlife Service in Montana issued a biological opinion to the Federal Department of Highways and indirectly to Montana Department of Transportation for their project through the Flathead Indian Reservation. What that does is it outlines some terms and conditions that mirror back many of the proposals that MDT was proposing, fencing to direct animals and grizzly bears towards some of the existing openings, contemplates additional crossings, and then it formalizes a kind of a forum between CSKT, the service, MDT, and Federal Highways to evaluate new innovations and things that we're going to learn to propose into the future. So real quick and dirty, that's what's going on with us, and I'll move on. If you have questions, get a hold of me.
Great, thanks, Ben. And Jody, did you have additional?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. For Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, I think the only thing I'd report, just following the election, we do have a change of administration, which at times means new director. And so for some of our larger work efforts, we're still moving forward with majority of our larger work efforts. It's just always a time for us to be very paying close attention. We're also seeing change as we shift from that into a legislative session. So lots of change coming to us, both with budget and governor and transition period for a lot of us, all with a COVID background as we're trying to figure out how to make sure that we're getting our priority work done. But I'm going to pause just to see if Ken had anything additional for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks update.
Thanks, Randy. Real quick, there was a question about our planning efforts. I just wanted to touch on that. I think we announced last year we were going to start a grizzly bear statewide planning effort The impetus for that is that as bears are expanding in all directions, we kind of come to realize we can't just continue to focus on an ecosystem by ecosystem approach, and we need to look at a broader statewide approach, and move away from these smaller ecosystems. And so towards that end, we hired Rich Harris, who got introduced, I think, last year. Rich has a pretty extensive history in the grizzly bear world and is back now working with us on this planning effort. We started out with the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council, thinking that the recommendations from that council would help inform the statewide plan, including some of their recommendations. So, for example, in their vision statement, the advisory council stated that we envision a fully recovered grizzly bear populations in the 4 identified recovery areas in Montana and the landscapes in between. So they kind of are giving us a direction on, we need to be looking not just at in the ecosystems, but in those landscapes in between. And then one of their recommendations was Fish, Wildlife and Parks, in coordination with relevant agencies and through public processes, should evaluate and identify those landscapes that can reasonably be considered important for grizzly bear recovery and connectivity from those that cannot, and clearly distinguish these in its management plan. So there's some real direction to start looking beyond just these ecosystems to some of that ground in between, which affects the different land management agencies that are part of this and the other subcommittees, as well as private landowners. There's also some direction on public process and public involvement. And that's where we've got the recommendations now from the advisory council. But we also are in this pandemic world now where face-to-face meetings is difficult. So Rich had been working with Jenny Tribe to put together a whole public involvement process that involved a lot of visiting with local communities, both within and outside the traditional grizzly bear habitat areas, to really get information and thoughts on concerns and opportunities, things like that. With the COVID now, that's having to be sort of retooled into some other public information gathering strategies. So they're working on that. And then with the change in administration that Randy just noted, and where we are, in the time of year with that coming on, we're just going to sort of be on hold for a little bit until we get a new director on board, and kind of make sure they're good with that direction as well. So the planning process is still happening kind of behind the scenes. A more public facing overt planning process will be forthcoming, hopefully fairly soon in the new year. And then you'll be hearing more from us, and particularly for the land management agencies, you'll be hearing from us asking for thoughts and ideas as well on how we proceed. So just want to give an update, and I guess the bottom line is stay tuned. Thanks.
And Ken, can you also mention Daniel Euler's position? Because that's new.
Go ahead, Lori. You can.
Oh. Well, the state of Montana also hired Daniel Euler, which is kind of it's more of a statewide grizzly bear INE person. So that I think is that will be a big contribution to the NCDE.
Yeah, thanks, Lori. That's a good addition. Let's see. Let's go to Claudia Reagan with USGS.
Yeah, Claudia actually had to step out. So this is Tabitha, and I just will give a short report on what we've been doing. So many of you were aware of the parentage analysis that we worked on, where we were working with Andrea Morehouse up in Alberta, and British Columbia as well, to look at some things that are heritable about conflicts. There's a second paper that's in review now that I think I've reported on before about looking at the drivers of rubbing behavior. So basically just trying to assess whether bears that rub more often and rub on more trees end up having more offspring and more mates. So that paper's in review. We also this summer continued our work partnering with the Glacier National Park Citizen Science Program, looking at ways for park volunteers to collect data on huckleberry shrub presence and also the timing of huckleberry development. So the park provides a short training video and then a link to a survey within the Survey 123 app, and then volunteers can hike on trails and record presence and absence of huckleberry shrubs, and then whether there's flowers, green berries, or ripe berries on the shrubs. And so the data collected with that approach will feed into validation of huckleberry models for the northern part of the NCDE. We also, I think I reported on this before, but just to remind people, given we were just talking about highways, worked with John Waller and a multi-agency group to conduct a mapathon last over a summer ago, but in this spring we had a report out on that. So that could fit into the report under the connectivity part of the report. And then in terms of some of the work that Frank Van Manen has been doing, it's not directly related to NCDE, but he wanted me to make sure to mention that the IGBST is in the middle of a comprehensive effort to look at demographic monitoring of the greater Yellowstone population, and that they'll be reporting out on that soon. And the kind of the next step of that will be working with the group looking at integrated population models on how that might fit into those. And yeah, last thing, one of our USGS people, Mark Haraldson, participated in the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council effort as a technical expert. And I think that's it.
Great, thank you. Jeff, do you have anything from the National Park Service?
Sure, I'll just make this fairly quick. Just wanted to, say thanks. This has just been great to sort of reconnect, see folks, but also hear some of the updates and what's been going on with grizzly bears. I think, as I mentioned earlier, this was a bit of an unusual year for us, having the entire east side of the park closed. Out of coordination with the Blackfeet as they responded to COVID-19, but certainly, I think it'll present some interesting opportunities in 2021 as if things let up on that front. But again, it's how we've had to manage the park this year in response to a lot of these transplants coming to the state, as well as a lot of these COVID refugees who just needed to get out and recreate on their public lands. I know I would speak for Jim and Kurt and others, just how we felt that in so many ways up here in our neck of the woods, and that it's something we want to work on. And again, reducing bear conflicts would be a huge focus for us towards that end. So Recreate Responsibly is a messaging platform we're hoping to tee up and see how grizzly bears and all that sort of works into that idea of what you would almost call Leave No Trace 2.0, or even maybe it's a 0.05, since it has to go back to some very basic points about Leave No Trace. So anyway, that's about all I have to say, and wish everybody a good Thanksgiving. Thanks.
Thanks, Jeff. So when we see the recreation 0.05 come out, I'll know where that came from.
Right.
All right. So we're going to work through Forest Service updates. And just looking at my list, I'm not sure if we have attendance from each of the forests, but we'll see if we can't start maybe with Bill Avey.
Thanks, Randy. I'll make it pretty quick. We had submitted our updates electronically on the plan there. A lot of I&E efforts this year. We too saw huge amounts of recreation use of people enjoying their national forest and other public land, and the challenges that brings. And I particularly appreciated Jamie Jonkel's point, particularly related to movement of folks and what that may mean for us. And yeah, we may be going to Leave No Trace 0.5, or as Jeff described it. The other update is that we have been through our objection resolution meeting and our objection process on our forest plan revision. Really, I would say from that, very good input, no real surprises to us. And we are on track to sign that document late winter, early spring right now. And that's it for me. I'm going to have to pop off of this call in a few minutes to another commitment. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. And who do we have with us from the Lolo?
Yeah, hi, Randy. This is Scott. And
Okay, thanks, Scott.
Yeah, just a couple things. Just want to thank Jamie and his folks for all their help this summer. As he mentioned, we had a lot going on, particularly in Sealy, and so really appreciate that. And then also the work that Aaron, Edge with Defenders, and Jamie are doing in relation to the RAC funding that we've gotten. And, other than that, we're just going to continue to try to keep a handle on the REC issues and attractant issues as other people are discussing as bears continue to move, and also really trying to focus on getting a better handle on how the Lolo functions, as we have discussions on connectivity between the Cabinet Yaak, the NCDE, and then with the Bitterroot coming online. And so there's some important conversations going on at larger scales in relation to that. So thanks for the opportunity to provide that update, and appreciate being able to attend today.
Great, thanks, Scott. And Brian?
Hey, thanks, Randy. I know I really don't have anything to contribute that hasn't already been said. Thanks.
All right, very good. And who do we miss? Flathead, I believe.
This is Amy. I think Kurt, I'll give Kurt a second. I think Kurt is not on the call anymore. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't
see him.
Okay. And I just checked with Rob Carlin, and he's on another call. I think our update has pretty much already been stated as well. I mean, one thing that we noticed was with so many visitors hoping to come to Glacier this summer, and for multiple other reasons, we got almost double the normal amount of dispersed campsites. We just noticed a huge uptick in that. We were pleased to see that as far as attractant, oh, there's Kurt right there, but attractant storage compliance was pretty much the same as usual, even with all those new people. So Kurt, I just told him about the increase in dispersed users.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. I'm having terrible connectivity issues, so I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yep.
Yep, we've got you.
Good. Yeah, I mean, sorry I wasn't able to hear Jeff's update or anybody else's, but as Amy said, I mean, just a tremendous amount of folks coming to the forest, and that's a positive and a negative, obviously, but trying to provide that access, just like what Jeff was saying earlier, and that's critical. And then I would say the other update that I have is we're now starting to plan our first projects out of our new forest plan, and the amount of analysis that's going into ensuring compliance is probably above what we expected, but we're working our way through that and learning as we go, and that's been a good coverage moving forward, and that's probably it. Amy, I don't know what else you covered, but those are kind of the two main topics to cover today for updates.
Sounds good. I don't have anything to add. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Amy. So looking next to Stacy Corbell. Any updates, Stacy? Maybe not from Stacy.
Sorry, I was on the phone.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was on the phone. What are we talking about?
This is just round robin, Stacy, if you had anything for regular updates. And maybe Dale, and it could be maybe Dale as well.
Well, Whisper didn't mention it, or maybe she did. We got a TWIG grant, Tribal Wildlife Incentive Grant. And I think she did talk about that, to cooperate with Marcel Heiser from Western Transportation Institute to study just the highway. And like I said, we've had over 20 mortalities in that 14 stretch of highway. And Cecily, if you're still here, feel free to jump in. Plus, I still have 3 iridium collars that that we can put out on grizzly bears, female grizzly bears. I don't have any big enough to put on male grizzly bears, but hopefully next year we'll be able to get those out. And then I thought Whisper was going to share it, but she didn't. I think we're at 130 some crossings now that we've documented on Highway 93, mostly from females. And we haven't detected one in our camera documentation of those crossing structures. So no radio collared bears are using those structures. We do have documentation of I think we're about 50 now of bears using those structures, grizzly bears. The majority are males or subadults, but we're hoping to improve that documentation. And again, this is in a 14-mile stretch of highway. And like I said, Cecily and Lori did a pretty in-depth analysis with data that we've collected last year. The other part of it is that we just received the biological opinion finally from the Fish and Wildlife Service. And they're proposing that we have an allowable take of 4 bears in a 6-year moving window. And we're still reviewing that, and I don't know what that means, because every year, we start over. And I haven't been able to do the math in my head because, like I said, every year we start over. So if we have a bad year, like we've had in the past, and we kill 8 bears in a year, what does that mean? And I guess the Fish and Wildlife Service is going to have to respond to that. Habitat-wise, we had 2 females collared on the air this year. One of them is still packing her collar. We were unable to trigger it. Lori Roberts was instrumental. She triggered the one, and she had 2 cubs of the year. She went to the den. The other one, the collar release mechanism, failed. And I think Lori tried 3 times, maybe 4, and we couldn't get it to come off. And so we'll probably end up going to the den site next spring and retrieving that collar. I think that's about it.
Great. Thanks, Stacy.
Yep.
Let's see. Buzz, any update from Blackfeet?
Hi. Because of the kind of shortness of time, I won't take a lot of people's time. As you know, the Blackfeet Nation closed the reservation after COVID-19 hit. So this included all the east entrances to Glacier National Park. So we had significantly less tourists and sports fishermen on the reservation. So this really reduced Fish and Wildlife Department revenues for the tribe. On a positive side, though, we experienced less bear, human food issues. A lot of the garbage issues that we used to deal with in the St. Mary area weren't as bad. And then it was good that we had some help from Wildlife Services. They got some funding from the Fish and Wildlife Service for fencing that we were able to tap into, and that helped us a lot as far as addressing some of our high priority problems. So again, it would be great if we could get more garbage cans, bear-proof cans on the reservation. But that's kind of a common refrain for us over here. It seems like we always have a shortage. And other than that, I guess I think it's going to be really critical to look at what effect the improvements to Highway 89 are going to have on wildlife in general, but particularly grizzly bears, because the cars are going to be moving a lot more faster than they have in the past before they did the upgrade. So I think there's going to be more mortalities. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for the update. Craig Glazier.
Hello, everybody. Make this really quick too. Wanted to kind of echo what everybody else has said about partnerships and how important they are. Partnerships with Wildlife Services has helped tremendously over the last couple of years, and especially this year. I really wanted to thank all our day-to-day partnerships, and then all others, but specifically the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Like Buzz just mentioned, the funding that we got was huge this year, not only for some of the fencing supplies and all that, but also in hiring some of those folks to actually put the fences up, and also some other issues. Federal appropriations for the non-lethal stuff that we were able to do. I was looking back just a couple years ago, we had 5 field specialists, and now with range riders, electric fencers, and a mix of folks, we almost have doubled that. So it's been a huge impact. And also a special thanks to the Livestock Loss Board, the Blackfeet Tribe, CKST, Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks, all the bear specialists and the managers. Those close coordination on a day-to-day basis is really important. The Forest Service, BLM, the NGOs, and all the others, traditional and non-traditional. Let's see here. So just kind of going through my list real quick. The big one that I guess everybody that I've talked about and a few people talked about is the position up on the East Front. Working with the Region 4 team, Diamond running crane, and Glenn Hall. He's been there for 2 years, but anyhow, that's been a really big help. Investigations, livestock investigations were on par for the last couple of years, actually up a little bit in the NCDE. We did, I think, for the 2020 field season, 111 investigations, and that's mostly cattle. Some sheep and some other livestock, but mostly cattle. And the highest was in Glacier County, there on the Blackfeet reservation. So that that helps out tremendously. I wanted to thank all of the field specialists, even though majority of them aren't on the call, but without them, that we wouldn't be able to help as many livestock producers as we do. And then lastly, I think Jamie was the one that brought it up about getting old and retiring. Mike Hogan, after 4 decades of working with wildlife services, not all of that here in Montana. He had some time in Nevada, but he is retiring as of January 2nd. So that'll be some changes for wildlife services. So anyhow, thank you. That's what I got.
Thanks, Craig. I really appreciate that positive tone and acknowledging those partnerships. It's really, really needed to keep emphasizing where we are doing such a great job there. Really appreciate that. George Edwards.
Hi, everybody. Start off with very excited about the Americans Conservation Enhancement Act that was signed by the president at the very end of October. That provides $5 million for loss prevention and $15 million for compensation nationwide for livestock killed by any species that had ever been listed or is currently listed under the Endangered Species Act. And once those rules are developed, we'll definitely be applying and appreciate any support we can get on that. Also want to give a shout out to the Grizz Council. One of their recommendations was to fully fund the Livestock Loss Board. And that may be very helpful in the upcoming legislature. We have 3 bills in the upcoming legislature. Right now there's placeholders. It's LC 416. That is to remove the requirement of a tribal agreement before we can pay livestock owners for losses on reservation lands. That applied to whether you were a tribal member or not. It was based on the location. The second one, and that's probably the most interest to this committee, is we are asking for $100,000 a year statutory appropriation for loss prevention activities so we can start funding more grizzly bear projects. Lastly, on the legislative front, it's LC 418. And there's been a lot of questions about a multiplier in the state, similar to like what Wyoming does. We didn't want one drafted that placed a number in law and stuck it to us or across the state. We wanted to base it on regions. Should add, we don't have money to pay a multiplier and we're not seeking money for a multiplier. But in order to clarify the language, to clear up confusion, we're asking for a slight wording change within current law so everybody knows that we can. And if we do, it will be set by regions. Then I wanted to touch just very briefly on the carcass composting and pickup sites. That's one of the major things our board supports and really pushes for. And we had Tim Reuter from Alberta speak in our April board meeting extensively on CWD. And we were trying to get it so that maybe there would be a little or an easing up of the county health boards on these compost sites. We weren't successful that way. And the site I referenced earlier today in the conversation was in Madison County. They're only allowing them to accept livestock. They're not allowing them to accept roadkill. That's all I've got for today. And thanks to my partners too. Wildlife Services has been excellent.
Great, thanks for the update, George. Let's go to Department of Transportation with Joe Wiegand.
All right, I'm going to try to pull up my notes here. I'm kind of standing in the way of the public comment and I don't want to take up too much time. I'll just kick it off with MDT's supporting and funding some other research by the Western Transportation Institute. Just looking for more cost-effective treatments. at approaches, where we need cattle guards, things like that, where we know bears can still cross those and access the right of way. And then looking at better jump out heights for animals to escape the fenced right of way. Our past research has shown that, white-tailed deer especially aren't jumping out using them. So we need to find out, what heights they will use. Jamie Jonkel mentioned earlier something about electrifying cattle guards, and I'm definitely going to be giving Jamie a call and seeing what he knows about that. I did want to say thanks to Jody and Ben and their staff, for getting that biological opinion done. That's going to help transportation get several projects done in the near future. Just north of Ronan, we've got reconstruction going, and we're going to add some fence, about a mile or so of fence to that to funnel wildlife to an existing structure. And then also the structures that are currently in place north and south of St. Ignatius, we're going to be adding some fence to, and the completion of that BO will help us get those projects done and off MDT's plate, so that we can move on to the unconstructed pieces around 9 pipes that Stacy was talking about. Let's see, I was going to mention we've got, for those of you that live along US 2 from Hungry Horse to east of Nyack, we've got a bunch of chip seal that's probably going to happen next summer. Those projects, we actually removed some work from the scope. They were planning on, the engineers had planned on putting in some concrete barrier rail, but due to the barrier effect that can have for bears and Canada lynx, wolverine, smaller mammals, we actually took that barrier rail out of the scope, so that impact would not occur with those projects. But yeah, just be forewarned that if you're traveling US 2 in that stretch next summer, you're probably going to see a lot of chip seal. Sorry about that, just the way it goes. Let's see, Wesley and John Waller both mentioned the livestock collision carcass along US 2 resulted in a couple of roadkill bears this past year, and we're looking at how we can better as an agency more quickly respond to those incidences. It's a little more difficult with livestock because they're private property, and MDT isn't as likely to react quickly and go pick up those carcasses. So we definitely recognize that we need to get a better process in place to make sure that even livestock carcasses get removed more quickly. And that ties into the compost site discussion too. I would like to see MDT, and I've brought it up internally to see what we can do to better partner and create more compost sites. We've got section yards, all across the state that, the yards aren't completely used up by buildings and equipment. There's space in a lot of them, and there's opportunities there to make compost sites more convenient for both our maintenance staff for where they can dump the carcasses when they wildlife carcasses when they pick them up off the highway, or as well as others. But of course, we're going to have to look at what we can do with that compost in the end, because it can't stay at an MDT yard perpetually. It's going to have to eventually go somewhere, and whether or not that's to a landfill or somewhere else due to CWD, we'll get that one figured out. And then as far as upcoming projects that I'd like to keep people in on, we're right now going through a study for that Bad Rock Canyon stretch north of Columbia Falls, and I know that there is a lot of interest in a wildlife crossing opportunity in that area. So I would just encourage folks to, get in touch with me, and we'll probably need to work through some sort of private-public partnership in order to get something funded that's going to work for all wildlife, especially bears in that area. But with that, I'll just pass it back over to you, Randy, and we can get on to the public comments.
Great, thanks for those updates, Joe. Really appreciate it. I really appreciate your eye towards the compost stuff. I look forward to some more conversations on that front. It feels like there's a lot of different topics swirling around there that we can bring together, so appreciate it. And let's go to Katie Stevens with BLM.
Hi there. So I'll be quick. We were able to complete 3 phases of our Belmont acquisition just outside Missoula this year. So it was kind of fun to hear that mentioned earlier today, the habitat in that area. And then just real quick, a couple key staffing changes in the Missoula field office. We're going to have Erin Carey join as the field manager in December. She's currently a district ranger with Forest Service. And then our longtime wildlife biologist, Jim Sparks, is retiring this year. And so we're going to have a new wildlife biologist coming on hopefully in early spring too. And that's it for me. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Katie. So before I shift to the public comment, I just want to recognize that as hard as it is for us to get everybody together and communicate, and certainly much easier done when we've got everybody in the same room and we can socialize a little bit. This has been a really productive conversation today, and I'm so disappointed I didn't carve out more time for the round robin, because that's really an opportunity for us to hear from each other, which is a pretty important part of us getting together at the NCDE. So really disappointed I didn't have more time allocated to that, and planned for the spring event that I'll make sure that we've got a little more working time there. So thanks to you guys for working through that quickly, and sorry to cut you short and ask that you move so quickly. Not the place where I want us to be shortcutting anything. We need to be visiting as much as we can on those points. And when we've got each other together here, it's really productive. So Dylan, as we move towards the public comment, I'm going to look for your help to facilitate that a little like we did the questions before the lunch break. If you could help me queue folks up and know where we have questions and help with the raised hands and the rest, we'll look to see what the comments are. This is a comment period, so as folks have comments, we'll do our best to capture those here. You're also being recorded on the YouTube. And then there is a possibility that you might have a specific question and we may be able to answer that or refer that to somebody. So thanks, Dylan.
Yeah, thanks, Randy. So just a reminder to anybody who is following online on the YouTube channel, if you want to comment, please click into the link that's on the IGBC website on the NCDE meeting page. It says Zoom link if you're on a computer, or you can call in and dial that phone number. Asking you to do that now just because there's a little bit of a lag from this live meeting to what streams on YouTube. So please start dialing in now. And then once you get into the meeting, I'll see you are entered. And then if you have a comment you'd like to make, please raise your hand. So you can press *9 to raise your hand on your phone, or if you're on a computer, you hover over your name and raise your hand. And I see Keith Hammer, your hand is up. So Keith, I'm going to allow you to talk in just a second. But yeah, anybody else who would like to comment, please start raising your hand and please start logging into the Zoom link there. So Keith, I'm going to unmute you. If you could please restate your name and where you're from.
Yeah, I'm Keith Hammer. I'm from up in the Flathead. I represent Swan View Coalition, a nonprofit conservation group. And this question's for Kathy Ake if she's still on this. Otherwise, I think there's several of you that could answer this. I was just a little confused, or at least I was under the assumption that from the conservation strategy that there would be these biennial monitoring reports. And I had the impression they would all be in one report, which would include the motorized access, the grazing, the developed recreation, et cetera, and that would be on a 2-year cycle. I got the impression today that those might be individual reports, and the year that they're issued on biannually, excuse me, might be staggered. So that's the first question. Are they going to be grouped and on a 2-year schedule, or will they be separate and staggered? And then the second is just, you know, when they are posted for the public to view and download, where would they be posted? And thank you.
Okay. As to the reports, to spread out the workload, the motorized access is done. That report is to report on the odd years. So for instance, this is in 2019, at the end of 2019, I started the motorized access report. And at the end of even calendar years, I start the grazing and the developed recreation report. And so they're all ending up being kind of individual reports. They're not compiled into one because of that staggered year of that reporting. It would be a lot of work in 1 year to try to get them all done. So we kind of balance the workload out in the conservation strategy. It's always listed as staggered. I apologize if you thought, or anybody else thought, that there would be 1 year a report coming out with all of them in there. So yeah, so there will be like a 2017 motorized access report that comes out ideally in the spring of 2018. A 2019 motorized access report comes out in the spring of 2020. 2021 motorized access report would come out in the spring of 2022. Obviously, I'm not quite up to speed on getting them done on time. And so the grazing and developed rec report for 2018 would come out in the spring of 2019. Developed rec and grazing for 2020 would come out in the spring of 2021. They will be posted online. I think Dylan has already responded to you in the comments where that would be posted on the NCDE webpage. And this meeting kind of formalized how we were going to approve of those reports and then get them posted. I do not like doing things in a vacuum and not having people that provided that information get a chance to make sure that they review the information and understand it for how it comes back out to them. So the earlier reports will be a little bit slower in getting there on time, but I plan to have them there this spring, and we'll see what happens with the grazing and the developed rec that is for calendar year 2020 being there in the spring of 2021. Does that help?
Yeah, I think that's helpful. I took notes as best I could. I guess I'd make a suggestion if it would be possible for you to summarize that schedule and have that available on the IGBC page. That would help answer this question for certain, and for others, obviously, that are curious about it.
I can certainly put up a schedule of reports, kind of brief paragraph table, and get that to Dylan, and he can post it on the page. Is that okay with you, Dylan?
Yeah, that sounds great. And I was going to add that anything related to the conservation strategy will be posted on that NCDE subcommittee page. Underneath, you see a section that says policy management and research reports, and then conservation strategy, and everything related to the conservation strategy is being collected right there. And then everything from today's meeting will be collected in the section above where it summarizes meeting summaries. So yeah, thanks, Kathy. And thanks for the questions, Keith.
Yeah, thank you both for your answers.
All right, any other questions out there? If you are in the meeting, please raise your hand if you'd have a comment or question. If you're on a phone, you can dial *9, or if you're on a computer, just hover over your name and raise your hand. If you are out there on YouTube, please log in through the NCDE link on our website, the IGBC website, to get into the live meeting. I'll just kind of linger here for a moment longer. Randy, I'm not seeing anybody, and the folks who are in the meeting room have been in there the whole time, so I think I assume that they don't have any comments.
Okay, thanks, Dylan. Appreciate you helping me with that. And thank you to all of you for hanging in here today. I know we went quite a bit longer than what we had scheduled on our agenda, and I'll aim to correct that next spring and make sure that we've carved out enough time for everything. So before we shift to close the meeting, I just want to see if there's anything remaining that anybody else might want to throw out there. Any final comments, parting shots, or as my good friend in DNRC, Mike O'Haron says, snide remarks? Happy to take any or all of the above if anybody has any comments before we leave. All right, well, thanks again, everybody, for participating. Been a good day, very productive, and we'll summarize a whole lot of work here in the next few days and next week in preparation for the IGBC. And until then, have a really nice Thanksgiving week and stay safe and stay healthy. And thanks again, everybody, for participating. Have a nice afternoon.
Thanks, Dylan. Thanks, Randy.
Thanks, Randy.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Well done.